God, my desk is just rammed already. Oh, shit! Sorry, really? I thought I had a couple more seconds. I'm shoving goldfish into my face. How are you doing, friend? Also, thirst! Catching me off guard with my battle snack. Hey, Rilu, guess what? I'm back. And I have so many little friends. Like, I'll show them all off when everyone gets in, but like, look at his little face. Look at his little face. Pontius, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. If you see me doing like weird, oh, you're in shot. Hey! If you see me doing like weird hand flails, it's because there's so much stuff on the desk. And Vanderbeest, like, that's the first 59-monther, I think. So, Watto and welcome. Hello.
Same, but different. But still same.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Legend Watto and welcome.
Watto.
That is your 9 months. And obviously, like, fucking thank you. But that got you the Jarldom as well. So, new month, new Jarl. How long will your reign last? You might want to get that decree in fast.
5 years.
Yeah, J-Post, almost 5 years. And J-Post, both you and Vanderbeest, nearly 5 years at a tier 2. That is... it's a lot to process. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Which, that puts you top of the leaderboards. Okay, Legends Decree is Slug Pups. Alright, I'll wait till most of the squad is in, but... look at his little grumpy face! Don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. You can kind of see him on the back being like, yes, I will fight you.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
So many plushies on the desk.
Hey, ice.
Ice. C222, even though we got to hang out the other day, Watto and welcome. And another full 59 months. Blade Nora.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
Been here 2 seconds and it's train o'clock already.
PAX was definitely a thing. Also 2 years.
Also 2 years, and it absolutely was a thing. And Lance, feckin' thank you, Ray. Everything's happening!
I entered a pun competition. There were 10 categories for awards, but I didn't win any of them. Not one pun intended.
It's an oldie but a goodie. It's an old code, but it works out. And Fearless, feckin' thank you. Friend, I got stories, I got tales, I got things to show off. It is going to be a day. So come on in, friends, coming in. Monk, lovely to see you.
Never enough plushies.
Oh, we're gonna find out. Because my desk is slowly being overtaken. I'm kind of getting a little bit of that, like, same feeling Pebs gets, because the sheer amount of slug cats up in my business is interfering with my work. Numbers, good to see you. Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. Mega Boss, Bright Karma. Who else is in?
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Drive by sub. Now back to work. Boop, Viking 64 pride.
Well, Kakazi, again, but obviously thank you. I hope your workday is nice and smooth. We're just having a hangout and a chat. Oh,
I
Araman!
heard a story about PAX. Some ginger was going around letting people colour their tattoos. It's very admirable to give people a shoulder to crayon.
Alright, that I have not heard before. So, Araman, not only thank you for 59 and a tier 3, but also for a pun I haven't heard before. Fucking yo.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
Oh shit!
are 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arc villain Shredder.
Feckin' J-Post! There's a little bit of House Carl Daka. You got Square Peg and Fiona, so that's two, like, proper tier pulls. Sylvos, Nexus Dark Shade, and the Ferric Phoenix. Nexus Dark Shade and the Ferric Phoenix is the Garth Marenghi's Dark Place follow-up that we deserve. Alright, so yeah, friends, we'll get into stories, tales, and otherwise. But, yeah, it's just lovely to see you all.
Tales to bookend the start and end of PAX. Yes, please.
Abso-feckin-lutely. Although, as I was saying to Reglewers, I thought I'd have a few more seconds just having some little goldfish snacks. So forgive the battle snacks. And Nick, you know what? Tales of PAX is the new Tales of game series. You know, tell tales of what have you. And let me tell you, like both, featured a surprising amount of Borderlands characters in a good way. But we'll get to that in a second. Kelda says, I put those at my son's school lunches. Ah, a child of taste. So, the train has already careened past 4. We'll see how long that glorious nonsense continues. And then I will be able to regale you with tales aplenty.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja
Oh
Turtles,
shit!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arc villain
Got some
Shredder.
rapid fire J-posts right there. Feckin' yo! So you got Adam Vencera, Edwin Tiong, AR. Oh, hell yeah. And the Order of Talon. There's a lot of them. Ironically, the Order of Talon is surprisingly disorganized. We're alright. I've got coffee. It's fine.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I haven't even shown off the stuff and things yet. We just got started.
Good to see you again.
And Miyakini Sakura, it's lovely to see you too. Another 59 combo. Like, no big deal. No big deal. Oh. Yeah, friends, I have stories to tell. I have things to show off. One of them, frankly, unbelievable. I have victories over foes. I have surprisingly no royal hangovers. And I don't know if that's just because the gods are being kind to me or because my lifestyle choices of binge drinking have just, you know, given me the leg up on that one. Asado, I do not have the bad lurg. I do not have the PAX Pox. I think I've just got like a lingering bit of the...
Hey numpty, have a nice hot cup of tea please.
What the fuck? No. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow. Holy shit.
I fired up Twitch from the office just in time to catch that drop. All hail the new infinity, y'all.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I don't. You have no idea, like, I'll be able to sort the puppies out with that stuff. And, oh god. You already.
What happened?
We're gonna be able to sort Amos's vet bills.
Oh my god. Camille! I'm sorry I yelled.
I always think I can't.
Camille!
Can't be able to sort the baby boy.
No, I'll be able to sort rent.
It's also, we can also eat and. Holy shit! Yeah, Atticus, you're gonna have to take over.
Emotional support guinea pig.
Move the train so people can see the little nugget.
An emotional support nugget.
The little boy's been having such a hard time, and now we don't have to. We could just be like.
Nugget time.
Oh.
He actually seems quite calm, comparatively.
She's a little buddy. She's a little buddy.
Little Infinitus 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
You know what? Someone had to say it.
I mean, that is. Camille is not leaving that spot for a very long time.
Okay.
We've never had a yarl that large before.
I think we have.
Yes, Camille, you did warn me. But also, you and the squad are... You are all about that psychological warfare.
I mean, Okay.
Oh, love him.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Emotional support and drop incoming. I
Okay.
went to a dog show recently. Saw a Yorkie take best in show, a Jack Russell take second, and a Scottie take third. I think the judges had an ulterior motive.
Fun Spectre with the softest pun I've heard in a while.
Hold on. Let me say hello. Love it.
No, you know.
But it's been very cold today. Do.
Our little pickly boy is gonna get all the good drugs. We have cover stuff.
You're very good insurance right now.
I don't know what to say. Like, how do you even start? Thank you, Kakazi. That is a good way of putting it. To say Camille warned me about tea is to say, like, hey, look out for that pebble a week before the dinosaur-destroying meteor.
I see Carmel happened.
Caffeine, were you in on this? Did you know?
Probably.
Probably. Sorry, I got it. Gotta stop this for a sec. It's like, our poor little baby boy's been having like the worst time the last couple of days, and he's all pickly and he's all sad, and it's just like, just being like, okay, you just gotta hang on, baby boy, for a couple more days, and then payday, and then we'll see how it goes. Oh, that's just feckin' shaking. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna put the tunes back on, study me sobbing. I got cool shit to show you all. Phyllis, thank you. And yes, we have Kitty Circle. I'm fucking you all!
No, Yal is infinite. Have at thee. The first arrow has been loosed. Oh. Yes, Wolfgrad, that is one whole
Reactor
slug
online.
there.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, here is this too.
The whole 59 months on top of. Wolfgrad, you joke, but like, I felt super guilty. I should not have gotten the slug pups. That was a dumb thing. That was, That's a good way. It's a good way. That's a good way of putting it, mate. Let the Nugget chorus replace the Latin singing of Dark Souls. No, really, no! I can't dab and cry at the same time! I can't believe you've done this! Why? Are you like, no? Yeah, this does. I mean, I can't worry about setting up the beer box now. Oh. No. So just, I'm sorry. The Animu loop fucking wet. It's not on. This is not on any of you, all right? As I'm sure you've all noticed, this year has sucked, and we've been. Oh!
From Hell's Heart, a wholly owned subsidiary of X, I stab thee with a needle.
God, we've had Jarl fights in the past, but this is Jarl of the Colossus. Well, no, it's just. This year has been stupidly hard, like money-wise. And that's not on any of you lot, alright? You know? I know if things got scary bad, I could... I mean... We've been kind of skimming the surface for a while. And... It's been hard, and... I just... Just thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's gonna. I'm gonna be able to do so much good with that. Like, I can look after animals better, and I can make sure everything's all sorted. And it, thank you. You don't even know. Don't even know how much that's gonna help. Okay. Funky Japanese music can come from a shopping. But no, and all of you, like everything that you all do, like, I don't even know how to process that in the best of days. Just
disconnected.
Shadow of Jarl Lossus. I like that. If we had a Jarl Infinitus, we now have Jarl Lossus. Lizzie, did you know about this? Oh, and I've got a tab as well. I don't wanna. I could keep my headphones in. They got the wrong way. It's really hard being whimsical and feeling things at the same time. Holy shit! Holy shit! You don't even know yet. That came out a lot higher than I intended. Like, friends, you don't even know. Like, Camille finally got a gift to me at PAX. Hang on, let me move this down a little bit. Let me show you. Like, this isn't even the first thing Camille has been doing. So look at this. This was a gift from Camille. It is a proper leather jacket. Alright. Look at this! This was a gift from Camille. Yeah. At the bottom, The FH stands for figurehead because I'm not in charge. You can't see on the camera, but the edging here is all runes. All Nordic runes. And there is a handwritten letter from the person that made this. There is a handwritten letter with all the translations of the runes. So I don't have to worry about them being like accidentally terrible or anything like that. Here's the runic translation sheet. Yeah, it's a fucking amazing jacket. That isn't even the wildest shit that's happened. Like, you probably saw, but this happened. Oh yeah, no, caffeine, and you're correct. It was made by a proper biker club seamstress, a crafter of feckin' bike jackets, proper. Yeah, Wraith, it is a shield to go with the axe. It's the same one that Fearless put. It's like Fearless who put together the axe. Also, I'll just show you. It's easier. Yeah, it seems all of the. But I didn't think. So now, I have an event-safe combo. Like, I'm fucking ready. It's so impressive, Fearless. You are correct, Kakazi. It provides no protection from Jarl strikes. How fucking cool! I can hide behind it though. I can hide behind it. So we're gonna work on how we're gonna mount this properly behind, but like. I will admit, I now feel less guilty about spending money on slug cats. Camille, all of you. You lot spoil the shit out of me. You are all incredibly generous and incredibly awesome. And the only way that I can, I don't know, make this make sense in my little heart is, I hope whatever it was I did to deserve all of you lot, I hope I will continue to do it as best as I can. You know, you're an absolute bunch of legends, man. Whether I am your little second screen during the day or, you know, whimsical Tamagotchi on your phone, whether I am your games industry insight or just a chip a little chappy with some British sounding nonsense, like, I hope I do enough to deserve this. And I'm gonna keep fucking
I joked earlier, but this should cover the other 3 slug cuts. No need to feel guilty about that.
I was just getting my shit together. It was just... Well, I suppose I'm going to show you all the cuties now. I was just getting my stuff together. So... So come meet the little uns. These are the babies.
The answer is 42.
Thank you, Dustin. And yes, Lizzie, you did say, I'm just... They're so cute. They're so cute.
You say slug act pups now that Axe looks macing with the shield. Be nice to yourself and stop beating yourself up. Do not make me wanna teleport over there.
I'm sorry, thank you as well. Holy fuck, you lot. Holy fuck! And look, we got the parents as well. There's so many slug cats. Look at, I've got the whole family here. I got the whole family. Don't talk to me, my slug cat, my other slug cat, my other slug cat, all their sons ever again. It's one big family of slug cats. So cuddly. Oh, here's the thing. I've been cuddling the survivor so much that they look like super ruffled up compared to the others. But Squarepack, I'm feeling things. I can't. So many slug cats. So many slug cats. All right, we'll get a little slug cat dab going, because apparently there are only 2 speeds on the longship: stop and kill. I'm either feeling all things or, well, I actually feel things. God, you lot, holy shit! What even is today? Aperture! Put it down a little bit further so you can just see the tops of the heads. Look at this little squad. Oh, Lizzie, but y'all are really good at messing with me left, right, and center. So I never know if it's a real strike or if it's just a haha. Oh, I did get one other thing as well. But I only got one of the Rain World lizard pins because they're very, very pretty, and I didn't need like all of them. And this was my personal favorite. So it's either the Artificer or the Hunter. I'm not quite sure. Don't know. I think it's the Hunter versus Big Green. It's super cool. Yeah, Dustin, I still remember Doom Be Upon Thee. So did this have anything to do with the thing that Varbles has been doing? Was there like a... Hang on, that's a little too high. We need some slug cats. There we go.
My real niggas only. Sound like it's straight from the motherfucking cassette.
That sample's so weird. It's so out of place. Oh, okay. Yeah, the feeling flavors is tea. Speaking of oh, snotty mess already. Varbles, thank you. I mean, thank you for the 41 months. And I was just talking about the The 1438 thing. Is this related? Is it like the year that, like, I don't know, tea ran out or something? And I don't know. I can't remember numbers right now. I barely even know which way is up.
I wonder what a drinking horn would look like in that set here.
I do actually. Sorry, I do have a drinking horn. It's the most awkward feckin' thing to drink out of. Okay, but I am not. Yeah, numbers. It's a medical condition. I just forget the concept of numbers. It's fine. It's fine. I was gonna make a dumb joke, but I don't think I even have the. I don't think I have the mental capacity. So check this out. And Lizzie says, say the dumb joke. Okay. PAX wasn't all smiles and laughter and sunshine, though. Unfortunately, on the last day of PAX, I got mugged. No. An industry friendo of mine, a biz dev friendo, who is also super into, like, building Gundams and, like, scratch building minis and stuff like that. And again, this guy does not look like a Super Gundam fan. He looks like every business guy you've ever spoken to. And we've been chatting over the years, and we've both kind of got into robots. So I'm talking to him, and he's been like, "Oh, have you seen the stuff over at Catalyst? Like Catalyst Games, who handle like Battletech and stuff like that." And I was like, "No, but I spent all my money on slug cats, so like my budget's already tapped." And he's like, didn't you tell him you're like a big time influencer and stuff? I'm like, "No." And he's like, "All right." So he drags me on over there, introduces me to the guy, and is like, "Here's Will, he has thousands of followers. I think you should give him a mug." And he looks at my biz dev friend, he looks at me and he goes, "Yeah, all right." And then he was like, "Which one do you want? Do you want us to wrap it?" And I'm like, "Well, I like to think that I'm a stealthy, subtle individual. I like to think that, I can be calm and collected and quiet when required. So I'll have the Steiner Scout Lance mug, please." Because if no one's left alive, it's still a stealth mission. If you don't know the joke, in Battletech, House Steiner are famous for sending the most oversized behemoth mechs and calling it a Scout Lance. So it's a running joke. And then, because my friends just bigged me up to the people currently selling Battletech, the board game, so I'm like, alright, I need to justify myself right now. So I tell them the story about being a jumped up little teenager and having an absolute temper tantrum at a Dave & Buster's employee because he gave me the wrong loadout for a Mad Cat. And I was just like, look, you've got to imagine, you work a minimum wage job at Dave & Buster's, and this hyperactive little British child's like,
You gave me the wrong loadout. I wanted dual PPCs and you gave me ER large lasers. That's not what I asked for.
like, can you just imagine being berated by this little British child for having the wrong fucking loadout? Oh, so I told him that story and got a laugh. Oh, Sage, you just gotta get on my level. Just gotta get on my level. But Sage, it was lovely to hang out with you, and I'm genuinely sad we didn't get to hang out more. But the Polish party kind of turned into the BizDev party, so it was real cool. God, I'm still just feels wrong. Camille, I can't believe you've done this! Sorry, that's going to be happening a lot. Oh. Vanderbeest, I do like, that's not very dual PPC of you. That, we might need that on a t-shirt. And to, I catch you, Watto and welcome. It was great to properly people meet you. Although my reflex was like, whenever anyone said, oh hey, I watch your streams, my immediate reaction was, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Do I owe you compensation? Oh, feckin' yo! No, we don't need to. Favor 6, we don't need more feels. Like, that was absolutely like. Camille just took out the previous Jarl. Like the Covenant took out Reach, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing left. That planet is gone. That wasn't a field strike, that was an exterminatus. Alright, Lost Flowers, that's a compensation I can get you sorted with. And seriously, like, Favor 6 and all of you. I know it's a fucking... I'm still comprehending what is happening here! Yeah, Lizzie, it's like poor line management. I go from having no words to having all of them get stuck in the door at the same time. Fucking troll!
Lizzie says more feels required.
Vanderbeest's hard work undone with a single maneuver. J-Post, fucking thank you. Thank you all! Okay. I'm just trying not to I'm just trying not to burst into tears. Trying to actually maintain speaking. You know what, Legend? That's actually the better analogy, is that my feelings are like a bad Factorio setup. Oh. Okay. So, I've missed you all. I'm sorry it has been so long since streams. This PAX was very good and very weird and very excellent and so fast, sorry. Like, Thursday night was the sober Twitch party. And myself and a couple of other like Seattle friendos got to be the cool kids. We got VIP'd in and it was very cool. So, got to be upstairs, made a ton of new friends who ended up being, like, convention friendos. We got to be in the cool kids area. It was really good. And then, you know... Deus did happen. Between Caffeine and Deus, they made me do feckin' push-ups again. So thankfully, none of my new friends thought I was cool, as I managed about 3 before I fell on my face and flipped people the bird. But it was a lovely little event. I did actually... This isn't a bit. I got to speak to Mr. the Twitch. I didn't get to say, oi, check out our little corner. But we were all just talking about, like, crossover streams and things like that. It was real cool. God, sorry, it all kind of it all kind of squishes into each other. God, what happened after that? Try to remember my night. We went to the Sheraton as is. Did we go to Sheraton after? I'm sure we did after. God, it all just mashes together. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Oh, feckin' yo. I then decided to walk back to our little... sorry, I decided to walk to 5 Point Calf for breakfast. If you don't know, like, 5 Point Calf's about like 1.5 miles away from the Sheraton. So I got super night breakfast, which stopped me from being too sloppy drunk. However, killed my legs before I even started. And for this PAX, it was split into 2 locations. It's no longer just the Seattle Convention Center. You have Arch and you have Summit, right? So 2 places. Summit is the brand new, shiny, sparkly convention center. Like, Arch is the old... almost slow cat down. Is the old setup. Now, Friday was our panel. A bit of a burying of the lead, but the panel went really good. However, tech setup was at 9:30 in the morning, which is not a time I usually like to be up, let alone walking. But I power walk my way in because it's quicker than taking a cab, or from taking the monorail. And I show up at Arch and I'm like, hey, where's our panel room? Because we were in a place called Monarch. Both the panel rooms on our floor was Monarch and Blue Morpho, which are both Venture Brothers references. But, so I go to Arch, as standard, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, it's over here. I head over there, I'm tired, my legs are already in agony, and I make it to like the ground floor, and I'm breathing, sweating profusely, being like, alright, where's Monarch? And they're like, you're in the right place. It's just up on floor 4, and I look up, and I swear by the old gods and the new, it was like a Machu Picchu's worth of escalators and stairs. So much walking. Finally make it in. And yeah, tech setup went smoothly, and it was fucking great. My legs would be on fire for the rest of the day. Now, as I'm sure you know, like, it was emotionally important to me to kick ass on this one. And if you haven't seen the VOD, and if you weren't there live, like, the Make a Game in an Hour panel went off brilliantly. Now, it did help that Sam Winkler, who is a writer over at Gearbox, was the MC, and he was incredibly funny. But, like, we had good banter. I was giving, like, Eric and the devs a whole bunch of trouble. We ruined a child's life. And before the even was done, there was fan art. It was brilliant. The musician ended up doing this throat singing style track that sounded like a Viking anthem. So of course, the recent Fearless had just dropped the shield off. So when the tune started going, I grabbed this and just held it aloft. Like, that was not planned. That was just magical serendipity. Yeah, that track was banging, and Legend, I have requested that the track be online somewhere. I made a tit of myself because we had a bit of dead air while one of the assets was loading, and stupid as I am, I was like, oh, well, you know, I once had this happen to me on stage, and I had to do cartwheels to pad the airtime. The whole crowd's like, do a cartwheel! It's like, beans. I did it. Though there was a brief, like, flash. Like, time stopped for a second as I was midway through the cartwheel, and my body's like, hey, this is your body here. And I'm like, oh, hey, body, what's up? Body's like, you know, you haven't done anything resembling physical exercise proper in months. I'm like, that's true. You've just busted out a cartwheel. I'm like, yeah, that wasn't smart of me, was it? It's like, no. We're going to get through this, but I want you to know this is going to hurt later. And so the cartwheel completes, my arms don't crumple, I don't die. Jam, it was more like, we're going to talk about this after. Anyway, I busted my wrist, so I had to wear a solid wrist brace for a bit. Now, Moose, you're right, it is sad the cartwheel was not captured on stream, but the yells and the response was. Yeah. It's alright, nothing's busted. It was just... Oh yeah, as Caffeine is saying, so both Aperios and Zelki were sat in the front row and were Statler and Waldorfing me the entire time. As I'm running around and getting crowd stuff. What's up, baby boy? people come say hello. Oh, flumpy warm boy. Flumpy warm boy. Getting on stage by some slow cats. But yeah, no, the panel was fun. I loved doing it. We had such a good time bringing it together. And, like, naming no names, but the people that I really wanted to crush, the people that I really, really wanted to be better than, we were. Like, not to be a joke about it, but the other panel was a live deconstruction of Tears of the Kingdom, and it was the dullest, flattest panel that I've... Like, I shouldn't have watched it after. That was me being drunk and spiteful. That is not good, and I don't recommend it. But it's nice to know. It's nice to know. So I feel real good about that. Like, they had to turn people away from our panel because we were so rammed. So yeah, like... So that basically meant, like, from Friday onwards, I was just riding high, friends. I was just riding high. The days have kind of started to blur into the... But that's because I'm feeling a lot of feelings all at once. Yeah, caffeine. It was absolute max capacity. And I think they didn't want to have standing room because I was running around. But I'd need to talk to Eric about, like, feedback and stuff. Oh, yeah, as Fearless said, yeah, we went out to Elephant and Castle straight after. Which, for those of you who don't know, Elephant and Castle is a British-themed bar restaurant right next to the convention center. It's not great, but it's not awful. And that's its big kind of selling point. What was really cool is we were jammed up on a table next to Mega 64, but they looked more exhausted than we did, so just kind of left them to their devices. I do have some... I do have a little bit of propage. So yeah, this was the team. Oh, also, and I said we ruined a child's life. So... During the Make a Game in an Hour panel, we had people audition for... I get into my patter, and then I'm like, hey, remember what Camille did like half an hour ago? And then I just go, record scratch, focus wheel, you can do this. So, we had people audition for to make sounds. The game was Giraffe Waifu? Hang on, I'll get you the... hang on, it's over here. There you go, Giraffe Snafu, Spec Ops the Brine, the Husbando Commando, Game of the Year edition. So, we had people audition for the pickle sound. And so you have to understand, I've got a mic in my hand. I'm literally running around getting people to audition their noises. I called one person a pro gargler because they took a mouthful of water to make the pickle sound. Felt bad about that one. Had to apologize. Also, I came up with Pickle Spec Ops because I was imagining, like, what if we remade Spec Ops the line with pickles? But Spec Ops the Brine is so much better. Anyway, there's this kid, and he puts his hand up because he wants to audition. And I look in his eyes, and he doesn't have that, like, he doesn't have the crazies about him. And sorry, I don't mean that as a derogatory term, but you know how sometimes you look at a child and you know that they have nothing but mischief and chaos in their heart. But no, he didn't have that. So I was like, all right, give me your pickle noise. He did it. The whole crowd cheered. And I'm like, we've got to have that. This kid's got to do it. So we bring him up. He does all the VO for the pickle sounds. Everybody cheers. It was amazing. At the end, like, his mum got a photo with all of this. And it was afterwards, as we were at the Elephant and Castle, I had this sudden realization that we've cursed that boy. We have cursed a child. Because he got to be the face and voice of a video game in a whole crowd of people cheering for him. Some of them games industry legends. He's going to be forever chasing that high. He's going to be forever trying to get back to that. And Fearless, see, that's where my brain went. I turned myself into a pickle. I'm a pickle with post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm a pickle! I'm a pickle in meta-narrative! So that's where I went. But yeah, so that kid is either going to strive to be the next Maddie Mercer, or is going to probably have a bad time. But yeah, 20 years from now, oh, hey, when you that pickle kid? Throws whiskey glass against the wall. You don't get it, Linda! I was the pickle kid! But yeah, I think that kid had the best time, and that's always something special. So what else is from the lineup that I need to show you? Oh shit! I almost didn't show. Let me go into Discord so I'm crediting the correct person. But basically, where is it? Yeah, basically, Bright Karma won life. So after I finished the panel, we got back and I was like, you know, checking my phone and stuff. I saw this from Bright Karma, which was fan art of the main character. The character spec was it's a giraffe waifu with a rocket launcher. And like the fact that fan art existed by the time we'd finished an hour's worth of this like insane spectacle of a game jam is just mind-blowing. Everyone I showed it to lost their mind about how cool this was. Like, it's just brilliant. Just utterly brilliant. Yeah, the stars are hopes and dreams. DLC pending. But yeah, if you'd like to watch it, the VOD for it is up in Discord. I'm sure Lizzie and someone can pull it on out. I'm very loud compared to all the other people, but yet I'm completely invisible, which does make it seem like I'm haunting the panel at certain parts. Also, like again, thank you to the mod team for posting and keeping that going. I did not have 2 seconds. I did not have 2 seconds to put together for that one. Now, I'm not allowed to flash this one online, which is why I haven't really posted it, but Eric got a fake NDA for everybody to sign that was just, this is the best panel, which was feckin' brilliant. And that was how we feckin' started PAX, yo. Like, that was day one. After that, we had the Games Industry Gathering meet. I saw so many industry friendos, and that was really the bulk of the rest of my PAX. I got to meet a couple of cool game devs, who I'm looking forward to introducing you to again. There was a ton of friendos that I caught up with, and God, it was such a good time. Such a good time. It did feel like the first proper true return to PAX. Although the orbiting stuff around it is still kind of finding its feet. Like, the Sheraton lobby wasn't the usual party central that it's been in the past, but it might have been and maybe I missed it, so I wonder if there's somewhere else that's, like, taken up the mantle. I've invited lots of people to join us for Sea of Thieves eventually, so that might become kind of like a rotating crew of heroes. Obviously, you can never replace Kyle and Ems, obviously, but you know what I mean. Let's see, what was worth talking about? There was a Nintendo exhibit of Nintendo Power, which was just feckin' fascinating. Actually, I can show you some of those. So, it was a bunch of Nintendo Power covers throughout the years and things like that. This one made me laugh because it's a cover for Metal Storm, and it's made out of a kit-bashed Zaku, but they they rotoscoped out the Zaku head, which I love. Yeah, that was the little robot that was the cover of a Nintendo Power one time. This incredible Castlevania artwork. But I also had to take a picture of this fucking criminal. Look at this coked out Toad. He steals your pound coins from Butlins. He doesn't give a shit. And also, like, I was really impressed with this little, like, scratch-built mini that was actually the background robot for Super Contra. And this little, like, cover art thing. It was so cool. So cool. Dustin, we did get to hang out with Zalavir a whole bunch. Look at all these cool people. No, I was really lucky in that regard. Like, I got to see Zalavir a lot. So there was us being dorks and Sheraton. Oh, nice! Sage got the exclusive River City Girls 0. I didn't take as many photos with Sage comparative to how much we hung out, but Sage rocking that Jill Valentine style like it's no big deal. And Air Dragon, whoa, and welcome. The reason there aren't as many photos is just because the sheer speed I was moving at for the whole 4 days. It was wonderful and intense, and I miss it already. Now this is, okay, before this morning, and again, Wolfcrad and fucking Camille and all of you. Holy shit. Thank you. Despite being sold out online, they had the full set of Slug Pups. And what was so funny is obviously I took the first one because I was like, okay, I can make this make sense. Well, obviously, if I get this one, I've got to get Little Freddo, right, of course. Well, I look at the monk, and I'm like, okay. And so I'm holding all 3 of these. I'm talking to one of the people at Sanchi because I'm hoping the indie team that I'm working with can do merch with them in the future, because I love Sanchi stuff, as you can see. And then the person I'm talking to kind of looks at me, and then looks at the Slug Cats and goes, you know, there's one more, right? And I was like, you're right. It's funny I pretended that I wasn't going to take this one back. Yeah, Dustin, so much for a month of eating ramen and exposure for sustenance. But what was so funny, I was so proud of myself. So for the rest of the day, I was tottering around and being like, I'm real sorry, friends, but I need to show you the reason I'm poor. And then I'd open up my little bag, and all the Slug Cats would just be like squished up against each other, being like, hey, what's up? Tiny Slug Cats.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
This is my little buddies.
What hope?
Novalis, what a welcome, friend. But yeah. Oh, I got to see Marty Cow, which was real feckin' cool. And we got to be, like, chosen buddies, which was real feckin' rad. Yeah, Sage got the pitch. Oh. Got to see Jerry, which was real cool. I did black at Jerry about either doing some more GTFO or something with all of y'all, but if it happens, it'll be pretty unannounced, because, I don't know, I was chatting with, like, Chris Stroud, and stuff like that, and it was just like, hey, if y'all want to just come play games on stream, but not have to worry about 1,000 people, welcome to our little corner, you know, so, my little Slug Cats, posing with Rogue Trader, I couldn't stop laughing. They gave me a free Imperium pin. This was the weirdest thing. Alright. Well, I guess second weirdest. I think I took a photo of the Cheez-Its. I thought I did. Alright, I might have to ask somebody to send me a photo of the Cheez-It stand, because I thought I got a snap of it. So there were 2 super weird stands. One of them was this, like, PUBG Cheez-It snack lounge, which was kind of like Omega Mart Meow Wolf, but Cheez-Its. And the other was the Idaho free sample potato stand, which just had this wafting hot potato smell coming off it. Which let me tell you, was the weirdest experience. You could just go and get free samples of microwave potatoes. I said that if they do this again, I might counter-protest by having like a microwaved pickled herring stand. Pub cheese, player unknown's e-cheese zone. I play the shit out of that. This was officially the weirdest thing on the show floor. I didn't take as many photos of stands as I usually do. I did go to the 6 Expo, which is the Seattle Indies Expo. Mostly games we're all aware of, but a few standout ones that I'm looking forward to showing you in the future. One I did snap. That's the Dice Goddess's title, which is Spirit Swap. What else? The Tekken 8 stand had a complement of incredibly hot Tekken cosplayers. I only mention this because it's one of the rare times I've encountered a stand where I can say that all of the cosplayers that they brought together to show off the title, no matter what your taste in other individuals is, one of those individuals would have been to your taste. Respectfully, woof. Regardless. Sorry, I've got to be careful on a couple of them because I said I wouldn't show off the NDA. Sorry, it's all kind of like blurring. Lost Lads, actually, there wasn't a Bob cosplayer that I saw, which is probably their whole setup. Ah, brilliant. Caffeine says that Lance put a photo of the Cheez-It stand. Let me just bring this up. Yeah, so this was the Cheez-It Royale setup. And it was... the only way to describe it is like peak Omega Mar. But everything is Cheez-Its. Yeah, Velo. Well, so Velo... The concern that the enforcers had was that if we showed it off and people accidentally signed their real name, we might be giving away, like, real info. You know, because even though we told people to sign a fake name, and 8 of them signed my name. Yeah, no, Moose. The Tekken booth was rocking the mummy effect, yeah. The movie, not the fetish. Sage, do you mind if I show your photo to the squad? Okay, so yeah, this is Sage and squad with the aforementioned Tekken cosplayers. Mental Monk, it does mean that I'm bound 8 times the same NDA. Yeah, respectfully, woof. And how long have you all known me? I have never made a note of... And I think there were 2 other cosplayers to the set. It was impressive. You know what, Lance? I think that is a valid question. How the heck were those cosplayers real? Oh, and also, there was one other photo that we must acknowledge, which is our good friend Lance Icarus as the, I believe, the Potato King, Lord of the Spud. So while Camille may be the current Jarl, the Potato Lord also may they reign. Congratulations, Camille, you have obliterated me. I didn't get to go to Nintendo Live, but from what I got told, Nintendo Live was like a vibe. Like, you went, there was an orchestra playing Nintendo tracks, you could go to like the Animal Crossing village and have like photos taken and see cute stuff and things like that. What a lot of people said was it was essentially like a reworking of... it was a reworking of a lot of the previous Nintendo booths put together, and I think that was fine. It made things very confusing though, because Nintendo Live was in one part of the old convention center, as was some of PAX, and then the rest of PAX was all in the new convention center. But there was no rhyme or reason between the split. Like, in one hall, indie games, big AAA companies, powerhouses. In the other, indie games, powerhouses, AAA, and then, you know, the board games and whatnot. Oh, Bright Karma, have a lovely rest of your day, friend, and just thank you. Thank you. Lance was saying that the Jin cosplayer at the booth tried to fist bump them and had to remind him how dangerous that is with the gauntlet. Yeah. We're still trying to get a better understanding of how valuable this PAX was for, like, the people with booths. But it felt a lot more open. It felt less cramped and sweaty, except for when the AC died in the old building. Those poor bogies. Holy fuck. What a day already. What am I fucking... Yeah, and it only died upstairs. It was gross. Okay, so what else happened for me? There was a lot of Sheraton nonsense. Friday night was the games industry gathering party, and then Sunday night was the Polish party, which was held at Polish House, which is in the... If you go up and out from Capitol Hill, there's like a suburban area. And for those of you in the UK, it felt like a village hall. Like, it really felt like a village hall, except for a village hall with infinite free vodka. So like, there was a bar with help yourself beer and a bartender making mixed drinks for people. But at the other end, there were these two guys at a little table, which is like, oh, you'd like vodka? Psh, there you go. There you go. So of course, once all the British game devs got together at the end of the night, it was just shots. The fact that I'm still functioning after that, well, the fact that I was functioning after that is beyond me. The gods were kind. It's probably all the sausage and pierogi I ate. No, Eagle, it was just like the layout was like every village hall you've ever been to in the UK. Yeah, so I'll get to the point. They absolutely had the folding table vibe, but swap out the sweaty karate instructor for an old Polish guy who's just pouring bevies like there's no tomorrow. That ended up being like the big BizDev meet, so I got to catch up with Dan Olsen, Foldable Human, Danny Barowski, and about a gajillion friends. God, okay, the funny one was, I forget his surname. Greg Rice. So Greg Rice, who used to be over at Double Fine, couldn't get in. Now, I don't know if I legitimately did affect what was going down, right? But yeah, while he was hanging around outside trying to get in and be like, they weren't letting him in, I just kind of totted down and I was like, holy shit! Made a whole bunch of noise, and I'm like, you're one of the few people in this industry who should be allowed to have a don't you know who I am card. So, after I was chatting with him, the bouncer just kind of went, alright, in you go. So I'm going to take credit for that one. Which made me feel very good. I was the guy that got feckin' legendary industry friendo into a party. So I feel very good. Alright, Mega Boss. Sleep well. Feckin' thank you. Sage, it did feel like a flex. It really did. But yeah, after Polish Party, again, it was kind of a case of... actually, no. After Polish Party, we just went back. And then, yeah. Monday was surprisingly chill because we had the dogs here and we had to get back for the puppies. We did stick our face into the indie squad's PAX sign-off party, which was held in a converted series of train cars in Sodo, which was really fucking cool. So yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think of all the other stuff I did, but most of it was just flying around, having chats with devs. You know what, Alnus? I was flying around so fast, I didn't even consider the Blackout Club crossover. No, Phyllis, I wasn't there last year. Usually what happens is that when that PAX party is going on, I'm so exhausted and broken that I end up just drinking in the Sheraton and making sad noises. But for this one, we had to drive back to go look after the dogs anyway. And so we were like, you know what, we'll pop in for a bevy. And it was real good. I got to catch up with Tom Francis, who worked on Heat Signature and Gunpoint and all that, who's still making Tactical Breach Wizards. Also, I didn't realise, for those of you that are either old school British nerds or huge fans of Shut Up and Sit Down, that Paul, who used to be on that, is now one of the writers on Pacific Drive. So that's quickly becoming like the show, the game that all my friends are on. And they kept being like, oh, are you going to come and play the demo on the show floor? I'm like, no, I'm already in. I'm going to play the shit out of it when it comes out. And Phyllis, I'm sorry I wasn't there for longer, otherwise I absolutely would have introduced. But we just kind of did like a flying hi howdy and what's going down. And yeah, friends, that was my PAX. It feels like it screamed by so much faster than previous ones. Fuck yeah, you did. Actually, in Caffeine, what was really funny is I got to tell all the devs about when we did that impromptu stream from Day of the Devs at GDC, and I ambushed one of the Pacific Drive team and was like, hello! And made them... I invited them to an interview. If you haven't seen Pacific Drive, friends, it's basically a craft and survive where you turn your old beat-up station wagon into a high sci-fi storm-chasing vehicle, as some bizarre anomaly is currently destroying all of the Pacific Northwest. I love everything about it, and I'm going to go incredibly hard on it. Like, incredibly hard. I mean, shit. Not that we're short on video game stuff at the moment, like Bleeding Nora. Chance of Sanark even came out. Did that come out today? God. Right. Okay, Phyllis, that makes me feel better. Philo says, I need a news game as Sea Dogs. What is Sea Dogs? Oh, you mean like the old Age of Sail title, Sea Dogs? Well, there's a few Velo that are kind of on the way. I know the team behind that has done a game called Buccaneers, which is kind of an updated version with a bit more 3D, but there are a ton of other titles. Sail Forth is a game we've done stuff on, which is like a cutie patootie version of Overboard that may scratch that itch.
Back from PAX with a pun, vampires tend to seduce people so they can bite into someone's neck. They truly are necromancers.
They are. Oh, so Akira Zero, thank you kindly. So on the subject of PAX gifts, so where is it? Oh, here we go. So Akira Zero had mentioned a while back that they're really into these Gundam artifacts. So these aren't like traditional Gundam kits. These are designed to be put together and painted, much like Warhammer minis and stuff like that. Let me just reply to Philo with this game. Nope, that's a YouTube link. douche. So, Akira Zero had mentioned that they had a bunch of these and they had one left over. That's kind of like it's like this one here, the fancy GM with 2 shields. Looks real cool. It's kind of a spicier version of the one from Gundam Thunderbolt. Oh, the GMs from Gundam Thunderbolt. Hey! Look at me holding my composure. God, I'm going to be sobbing later. I'm sorry, Crux, thank you for 6 months. Wait, no, it's longer than 6... So it's 26 months. It's for a tier 2 for 6 months in advance. Okay. Alright, regardless, that's a fuckload of support. Thank you. Okay. Well, so Legend, I know they're adding a bunch of content to it, so it should be top tier. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So, I get given this because Akira Zero had a bunch of leftovers. When I got home and opened it up, there was a tiny little note in it with a bunch of spending money for PAX, which I'm super, super grateful for. So, thank you. You know what, Legend? I like that. As an undead, I don't have composure. I have decomposure. So what was I saying? Oh, yes. So, right. One of the things that happened over PAX that was both on and off the show floor was, I don't know if Jackie Foxbutt is in, but we finally got news on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. And it's both a PAX story and not a PAX story because the announcement was off PAX, but the team was actually at the show floor. And it turns out that after the game was taken away from Hardsuit Labs, a Seattle developer who specialized in like FPS, they did Blacklight. Is it Blacklight? I want to say Blacklight Tango. They did some of the early like free-to-play shooty gun bang on the 360. Wow. You will have done me a damage today. Anyway, the title has been given to the Chinese Room, the dev famous for Dear Esther and Everyone's Gone to the Rapture, who are a primarily UK-based team, including a buttload of people who used to work at CA, which is just wild. It's really wild. So yeah, Eagle Lives, I don't know if you've seen, but yeah, a few people who served during the Rome 2 Alien Isolation era are now over there. And it makes me very funny that the title's been taken from a Seattle dev and been given to a small town British dev to make a game about Seattle. Oh yeah, no, they did also make a Machine for Pigs, yes. So yeah, I got to catch up with Outlaw Star, which was real cool, because I haven't seen them, I don't think I've seen them since the Vampire announcement, and they're doing real good, so that's fucking awesome. So, like, the reason I bring this up is that it's either Bloodlines 2 is either going to be amazing or a disaster, and there isn't going to be an in-between. And that's nothing against the teams. It's just changing teams is always a bit of a danger flag, but Paradox didn't announce this immediately off the bat. Like, they've been taking their time with it. So it's going to be interesting to see how it comes together. Regardless of what happens, it's going to be something we talk about in the industry a lot. I'm genuinely hoping it ends up being a banger, because we deserve more good, we deserve more good vampire games. Oh yeah, and Velo, the AI in Alien Isolation is still some of the best in my opinion. Oh god, Eagle Lives. You know my feelings about representations of London in video games. They deleted Soho, and I lost my mind. Oh yeah, and Caffeine, I don't blame them for not having a big Starfield booth or event. Like, Eagle Lives. Oh yeah, there you go. If you want, it was Watch Dogs Legion, and if you give that clip a little look, I became unhinged. Okay. Became. Oh yeah, no. The map for GTA London was a travesty, and it's a long line of nonsense. Weirdly, I think it was only The Getaway, a terrible driving crime game, that came close to getting it right. But yeah, as Peeps was saying, like, whatever happens with Bloodlines, it's going to be a big discussion point in the industry. So, it should be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, get to the boat. You're right. I'm sorry. I know I said Starfield. I meant the video game about pronouns. God. You know, one of the things I feel sorry for so many of those dingleberries. Like, I know the vibes and the squad we have here is very unique. Like, we can talk about the realities of video games and whatnot, but we're not chained to the outrage cycle, you know? And I see people who are caught in that glue trap, and all I could do is look at them and just feel sorry. But yeah, no, I think the Starfield team... Oh yeah, they've had a hell of a time, because I think the official launch day was today, right? So it was available on... Just looking at the page. No, it was yesterday, but okay. So the game was available on... It was available on Game Pass and Early Access pre-order before the official launch, which happened yesterday. I kind of want to leave the Starfield conversation for another day and change. But currently it's at 20,000 positive reviews. So... And that's on Steam, so... Todd Howard's not going to be going hungry this winter, you know what I mean? And so we will have a bit of a point and laugh at some of the so-called commentary around it. But this is my friendly reminder. Do not... Those who... those who gaze into the abyss must be aware the abyss gazes back into them. For those that must observe the brain rot, may themselves get their brains rotted. You know. All in all, like, I want to give it like a proper go before I start like discussing, but it seems to be as ambitious a game like that can be with such a budget. Yeah. I mean, one thing that's been interesting to come out of that discussion that we'll probably be cracking into in a couple of days is how the purpose of video game reviews has completely changed. But like I said, I'm looking forward to giving it a go. You know, I've been wanting to play a Bethesda-y experience for a little bit, and I don't want to. I want to save Fallout 76 for the right squad, and I don't really want to do Fallout 4 again. Mainly because I can't help but want to do and build everything. and the amount of resources it takes to get every settlement self-sufficient, I wouldn't inflict anyone upon watching that. Anyway, but yeah, jumping back. Oh, hey, Ghosty, I'm sorry you're going through the ringer, friend. Like, it sucks. I know there's nothing anybody can do to just push a make feel button, but we got you, alright? But yeah, we'll get into the Starfield discussion proper once things have had a chance to solidify, because it's not like we need to deconstruct it. Like, it's... What does it mean BizDev-wise? It means that the Todd Howard hype machine combined with Microsoft sells all copies. And yeah, it is available on Game Pass as well, which is powerful move. Anyway, sorry. Jumping back. PAX has been awesome, and the reason I brought that up is I can understand why the Starfield team didn't do a big PAX thing, because, like, whilst their release has been staggered, it meant that, like, everything wasn't sold in one immediate setup. Oh yeah! Sea of Stars! Whoop, whoop, whoop! Is my initial reaction. Friends, if you didn't see, the same team behind The Messenger released a Chrono Trigger-like title, which has some incredible meta-narrative, like, humor in it, and it has already done 1 million copies. Oh yeah, Lance. Yeah. Again, we won't jump into it, but yeah, the commentary sphere, the commentary sphere of a larger portion of the game's media space is useless. And again, I'm not trying to just pat ourselves on the back. I'm not trying to foster that, like, oh, well, no one understands things as well as we do. Because the whole goal of our little corner of the internet is to bring everybody in, is to share knowledge. But, yeah. It's lovely that I get to spend my days with a bunch of people that fucking get it. You know? Ooh, Akira Zero was saying they do recommend playing some of the Messenger first, as there are some crossover bits in there. Okay. But yeah, so jumping back to PAX, this one was very interesting. I still need to talk to some game dev friends to find out whether or not this was a good PAX for them or a bad PAX. As I said, from a consumer standpoint, it was a bit confusing. And Nintendo Live definitely made things even more like, wait, where should I be? But over and all, the new convention center is massive, but it's clean and it's bright. Like, it does not feel like you're in a dingy, shite-stained hangar, or like some kind of like liminal space hotel back rooms. And I really like that. They're still working out the kinks. Some of the panel rooms have natural sunlight, which seems like a great idea until you realize there's like 450 people in a room and the sun just slowly cooking them. Lance was saying that the Nintendo show was super weird and that the only line that got capped was the merch line, and it never went under an hour. Wow, that sounds fucking good. Like, my friends that went just said, like, it wasn't an event as much as it was a vibe that you went to experience, and that vibe was great. Oh, and gets the boat. That's really lovely. But, like, gets the boat. The credit doesn't lie with me. Like, you lot have actively taken the time, either by listening to me or of your own volition, that if you weren't in the industry, you now understand enough of it to speak the language. You know? I get really smug when I talk to people about you lot. Because I can be like, oh, well, my audience understands the trials and tribulations that you go through. You know? Despite us being this, like, punky longhouse full of, you know, all walks of life, you know, me being your moss-covered shaman of an idiot, I know that I can invite people on to chat. So I got chatting with the gentleman who runs Tiny Build, I'm really hoping we can have him on for a chat, because he was one of the headliners at the GI Biz Investment Summit. Oh, hang on a second, friends. Oh, you're okay, baby boy. Fiona has had the audacity to go downstairs. You're alright, mate. You're alright. Yeah. And there's a lot of other industry folks that I do want to bring in. I'm definitely going to be using Sea of Thieves on a Friday to kind of create like a rotating chat show. And Naru, I'm actually hoping to be able to do some more cool stuff with Floydo and Peeps coming up, but that's another conversation. Nothing to announce just yet. All right, what else is important for you all, PAX wise? One, loads of people who had never done it before accidentally did the Gamescom into PAX doubleheader, which is exhausting, and none of them were ready for what was going to be happening. Where's my emotional support menu music? Where's my emotional support menu music? Eagle Lives, I had a ton of fun. But more so than any other time, this one... More so than any other one, this was a great reminder that PAX is people. Like, in terms of its structure, in terms of its location, like, you know, why is this different from SakuraCon? Why is this different from ECCC and things like that? It's the people. PAX has this incredible camaraderie. Everybody is in it together, and you feel that in every facet of it. You know, as I said, I didn't encounter the usual, like, Sheraton lobby parties and, like random friendo events and whatnot, but in the same breath, I still felt it, you know? Oh, Trazini, Watto, and welcome. Yes! Camille, I got a photo of... Hang on a second, what is up with my phone? Because I definitely took a picture of bloody... Oh, shush you. I took a picture of Dr. Exoskeleton, who was out in the wild. I had to get proof that I saw him. Yeah, I did. Alright, there are missing pictures from my photo album, so I'm going to have to go back and yell at my phone. Shenanigans are afoot, my friends. Shenanigans are afoot. So Lizzie, I've got to be honest, the mask vibe was very lax. No one was getting... No one was getting guff one way or the other, but people were very, very relaxed with masks. And I think that's just how it's going to be moving forward. Amos, you're okay. Like, it doesn't seem to be... The general vibe I got doesn't seem to be like, oh, everything's back to normal, so much as it was like, I'm just going to risk it for a biscuit. Like, if it happens, it happens. But, Camille, are you talking about Dr. Exoskeleton, or are you talking about another ARG? Because that would have been... Okay. Because I love Dr. Exoskeleton, but it's very involved, and I never know how much time I'm going to have. Akira Zero's right. The Jared the Completionist was there, and he was at Seattle Indies Expo. I did want to chat to him just to say thank you for, like, saving the mix at Summer Games Fest, but, like, he was getting super into a bunch of indie games, and, you know, it's more important he spend time with those titles than, you know, I get my little 5-minute snippet of conversation. You know? Big Mode was there, and they were absolutely showing off Animal Well with all enthusiasm. But again, until things have shook out, we won't really know. Yeah, and Lance, that's a very good point. It's definitely more a ReedPop thing than anything else. Like the parent company that owns PAX. What else to know? Yeah, again, I don't know how foot traffic was for games companies. Gotta find out on that one. They had like a little street market for like food trucks and things like that next to Paramount, which was in between the two convention centers. And it gets the boat. For my personal self, if Big Mode succeeds, then Animal Well does great, and like we get to see an indie game succeed, and that is always the goal, you know. Sorry, I'm just racking my brain because it's like. For GDC, I made little videos, I got some sneaky streams in, and I genuinely believed I was going to have time to do that. I genuinely believed I was going to have time for that during this PAX. And I absolutely did not. So yeah. What else to take into consideration? I didn't get to do any of the gigs this year as well. That was one thing I was sad about. So I didn't get to see Mega Ran. I didn't get to see the OFK. So yeah, the little kind of like musical experience that's been doing very well on Steam. They actually did a live performance of that, which is real cool. As for games I didn't know about to get excited for, so no, you're right, Lizzie. There wasn't a Will X Stringer Please meetup. I did see them very, very briefly, either pre or post my panel, and I did see Dave very briefly as well. So I did get to see a few friendos that I wasn't expecting to. Sadly, there were a few missed opportunities. So I didn't get to catch up with Echo. Who else did I miss? One of the team from over at Question, the Blackout Club dev team, was in town, and I missed them as well. I think, at least if you know me, you know that PAXs for me are a high-speed pile of nonsense, and I can't always guarantee that I'm going to be able to hang. So I'm glad for the peeps that I did. Alnis, that is an excellent question. It's on the grand list. I need to just find us a good print-on-demand for the long ship and just go for it again. Like, if it didn't... Like, the fact that Streamlabs started charging us was the reason I stopped using them. And then there was the embroidered hoodies, which were so good, and then that company dissipated. Fiona stole the only prototype of the Longship embroidered hoodie. There were 3 titles for me that stood out from Seattle Indies. Hang on, main screen online. So first up, and these are all available for wishlist, Desktop Explorer that looks very... Hang on, let me bring this up. Well, one, it looks like it's going to give a bunch of us a nostalgia hit. It's very Hypnospace Outlaw meets Windows 95. Okay, so I did see Laura before the panel. Oh, and I actually got a photo of some of Laura's comedy banners, which are always brilliant. So yeah, you can see why I'm excited about this, because this is going to be mildly horror-like. And yeah, no, sorry. That's the random thing is Nick, who's been joining us for a lot of the Sea of Thieves streams, while while Nick did not specifically work on the Blackout Club, he is over there. Then we have this one, Rococo, which is another audio-only title. It is a fantastic music-based single-player adventure with no visuals that can be played by anyone from fully blind to fully sighted. Using your ears and spatial audio tech, you must listen, discover, and reassemble songs to help the Robo Butler defeat the evil queen. Like, how fucking good is that? And then the other one that bounced out at me is Prospector, which is teeny tiny Astroneer. If you enjoyed Astroneer and you were like, I sure wish there was more Astroneer, bingo. The hook on this one is that you are a prospector, so you fill out orders as you ping stuff back. I mean, Nick, we're going to be bringing on more and more guests for Sea of Thieves as things progress, so who knows? But yeah, I need to blep at the varying crew. Wait, Legend, for this one or for the audio-only game? Because there are a couple of audio-only games I've played. One was great. One was fucking terrible. Okay. So this one is Prospector. I can just copy it in for you. Boosh. I actually got to sit down and play this whilst catching up with Lil. Lil was helping out in the Devolver booth, which was fucking great. And it's really good. Like, it got its hooks into me after about, 10 or 15 minutes. But yeah, so Nara, Rococo is not the only audio-only title. But let me give you the link to that one as well. I played two. One of them was what if Saw, but you've been locked into a car with all the windows completely blacked out. You can't see anything. And you have to just drive. And you have to listen for audio clues as to where you're going. It should be good, but it's terrible, unfortunately. And the other one is like a narrative fantasy game, which I hate that I'm blanking on the title because I'm an idiot. And it is basically you play a princess to the throne who is squirreled away and then almost assassinated to help somebody else secure their bid to the throne. So you then become a warrior and a fighter. But the whole thing is completely done in audio. The only problem with that one is that it leans a little too hard on the character explaining how they feel in the situation. So it feels less like your story through this environment and more like kind of an audio novel. Oh, sorry. Under the Waves. Under the Waves. We've been assured has no. Oh, it actually came out. So Under the Waves, we've been assured has no audio jump scares. It is a narrative title taking you through underwater exploration and things like that as our character gets loopier and loopier. Now, this game is important because it's one of the first games that's being independently published by Quantic Dreams, the team behind David Cage's Ego. Sorry. It's got hints of the abyss and weirdness in it. I don't know if there are sharks, but there are chubby sea lions. There we go. Okay, yeah, no, those are sharks. I'm not against playing this because if the story looks like it slaps, but I don't know. Sometimes I see a game that's based underwater and it's like, I know this is going to fuck me up, but I don't know, maybe I want to get spicy. Oh, so yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that stood out. Thank you again to Fearless for looking after the Dags. So, I believe Sunday night? Yeah. Fearless undertook the task of looking after River and Amos so we could go to the Polish party. And I'm still so grateful. So for the rest of you that did attend PAX, are there any standout moments that I didn't mention? Because, like, I didn't get the chance to go to Acquisitions Inc. Apparently the team behind Killer Queen made a new arcade cabinet, and that was the Omegathon finale. Yeah, River is perfect and has no flaws. I do like, one of you is perfect and has no flaws. Is it me, says River? It's definitely you, River. Is it me, says Amos? It's definitely River. I kid. I love the baby boy. And now, thanks to Camille, hopefully we can get the good drugs for him that should help him stop being such a pickle. Kathleen, did you not go with them? Kathy was saying that Stooge and Strager went to go see AC Inc. I always want to go, but it always ends up being like one huge queue and clashing. I did get to see the time that Jerry did like live stage rap. That was fucking cool. Drop that beat poetry goodness. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything I missed. The free play Japanese arcade was amazing, but oh lordy. Caffeine says Stooge and Strager were there an hour ahead of Acquisitions Inc. and were still on the second leg of the snake, the winding snake of the queue. Oh yeah, so there was a Japanese arcade free play that was awesome. It had like 4-player Gundam battle, Gundam Maxi Boost battle nonsense. Although myself and C222 got to hang out quite a bit on Monday, and we were trying to work out like what kind of masochist plays DDR at 5 o'clock on the final day of a PAX. Like, oh. Lance says the Voodoo Ranger bar looked pretty cool, but they didn't get to go in. If Fiona pops back in, I'll find out how that was. Ooh, Caffeine says that it was fine, but the beer was $12.50 a can. Oh. I did feel bad because our good friend Park Programs has been trying to get the Acquisitions Inc. beer for a good couple years now. And this was the only time they've been able to go because it was outside and open. And this year they didn't have the AC Inc. beer. I actually talked to a friendo over at Voodoo, but sadly they don't even have any like hidden cans. Okay, so Voodoo Ranger Lounge. I told you about Nintendo Power. As always, there was the big multiplayer setup for Steel Battalion, which was awesome. Moose, why you like this? Oh, nice! Yeah, I'm sorry there wasn't like an official Longshipian meet. This is one of the few things that's tricky for myself about PAX, is it's simultaneously my absolute favourite show, but it's also work. So like, I got to have a sit-down chat with the Behemoth. I'm really hoping to have them on the show at some point. I got to have a sit-down chat with the person who made 30XX. And with both those teams, like, I've tried to pick teams that I'd love to introduce you all to that do or say something special, right? So, like, 30XX is important because 20XX was just a little solo project that blossomed into a huge title because Mighty Number 9 fumbled the biscuit and just left the door open for their win. And you all know Supergiant, right? You know their story, you know how they've worked, how they release titles, and up until now they've never done a sequel. Well, I realized that if Supergiant is the younger brother that went to art school, then the Behemoth is the older brother that joined a punk band and left home. Like, they've only released indie titles. They've never done a sequel. There's some connectivity between the games. And they're working on releasing their first kind of like remaster. And it was really cool finally having like a sit-down chat with them. I didn't get to see Placeholder, but Placeholder did send me a message. They got sick the day they were supposed to be on the show. Like, really, really ill. So, you may actually get introduced to Placeholder. It could happen. Like Lizzie, the fucking irony is not lost on me. Okay, brain. What else was in there? What else was in there? Yep. Alnus, yeah, sometimes, you know, no sympathy for self-inflicted wounds. Kathleen said game-wise, first Dwarf looked interesting. Yes, it did. Oh, just for those of you that worked game events in the past, the one thing to bear into mind, though, is that the distance between the two convention centers is much longer than even the distance between North and South Hall back in E3. So if, like myself, you had meetings that had you going back, like, my feet were dead after, like, 2 days. It was the opposite of a fun time. Hey, who was that?
Which is made for $69.99.
Aww. I did actually catch up with one of the humble friendos, and I was like, yeah. Apparently, we are still in the top rankings of humble partners, and I believe the Twitter account Wario64 is still the number one. J-Post added Starfield to the backlog. Heck yeah. Oh no. Rilu says that this weekend there's Insomnia at the NEC in Birmingham and the Apex Legends Global Series at Resorts World. Is that also in the Birmingham catch? And also, yeah, Caffeine Fearless. This is the first event I've done in a while where I was like, I could have taken Heelys to this. The new convention center is so clean. Every part of my brain screamed, this is a Tony Hawk's level. And Quasi, yes, I have survived. Although, if one is undead when one enters an event, and they are still undead when they leave, does that count as victory? Quasi, I'll do you one better. Here's the full gang. We'll move the old slug cats back so you can just see all the puppies. Look at their little faces. Look at their little faces. Little grumpy faces. It's like, don't talk to me, my son, my son, my son, my other son, and my several other sons ever again. I now feel a lot less guilty about spending money I shouldn't have on 4 slug pups. But yeah. Lizzie, I did think I'd only get 1, and then I got all 4 of them. Now, Sanchi do have a cuddly lizard coming out. I'm going to get 1 because the cuddly lizards aren't quite, they aren't the same. You know how it is. But the slug pups we had to. Yeah, and Rilu, good luck is all I can say. The NEC is so much. But Fearless, it's okay because we saved them. So now we don't have to feel sad about that. Lance is correct that Reggie was the opening keynote speaker. And it was real funny because all throughout Friday, just kept saying to each other, hey, tell Reggie I say hi. Tell Reggie I say hi. I don't know why that started being a thing, but it didn't stop being funny. Oh, that and saying, you know, it was one of the downsides of this PAX was sadly I got mugged. If we get to do something with Catalyst Games, I don't know how I'm going to handle that. I'm probably going to have a meltdown. Yeah, the monk's just so happy to be here. Like, regular monk is cute and all. Like, no hate. But look at his little face. He's just all about that. Though I did realise that Nightcat actually hasn't gotten a campaign yet, so... God. Racking my little brain. Let me check my, my phone. Because the fact there were some photos that didn't get uploaded, because I guess the phone didn't recognise they existed, is shenanigans. Making sure there aren't any cool moments I've forgotten to reference. No, I think that's a long shot of it. There was a gigantic Pikachu, and I couldn't stop from going, Peekaboo! Every time I went past it, despite the fact that for many of those, I was by myself. Oh, Jam, go get some sleep, friend. It's lovely catching up with you. I didn't get a chance to get a picture with Ifrit, but that's because like the Final Fantasy, well, the Square Enix booth was jumping. Like I didn't get a photo with the Mind Flayer either, but like I knew him before he was cool. And let me tell you, Mind Flayer, our little tentacle face guy from Baldur's Gate 3 gets a really bad rep. You know, he gives out free little friends. Oh yeah, no, and yeah, the Larian booth was absolutely rad, which is the other reason why I didn't get a photo. But I did get to chat to a couple of devs. My friend wasn't working the booth, so I didn't get to catch up, but one of my industry friendos actually left Valve to join Larian, and I'm so happy for him. Especially knowing what we know now about how... there we go. Knowing what we know now about... how Valve goes down. Yeah, the Mind Flayer does have the tendency to live in people's heads rent-free. I know there's a ton of things I'm forgetting. There was a Five Nights at Freddy's stand that was incredible. Like, I'm not a fan, but the amount of, like, animatronics and weirdness it had. Among Us had a booth, which was real funny. And I got to briefly catch up with Victoria, who is the person over there. God, more of these stories will probably shake forth, like, as the days progress. Oh, Lance is throwing in a few more pictures in IRL to help jog my memory. Now good to see Sage going loopy bananas with a fork. Okay, yeah, so Lance is correct. Pikachu was bigger than Ifrit, making Ifrit the lesser Pokemon. I mean, what is a summon if not, right? We did. We saw Baron. I actually got to hang out with them a fair wedge, but when was it? I want to say Saturday night? Yeah, I think it was Saturday night post-party. Got to hang out with them a whole bunch, which was real cool. It's been 1,000 years since I've seen them. You know what, friends? Yeah, I think that's the long and short of it. Yeah. You're not wrong, Legend. You're not wrong. So, again, what's been going on with your good selves? Like, how you all been doing? Like, games industry news-wise, I think we talked about the big uns. Sea of Stars did 1 million units. Nintendo have said that they will be doing no DLC or post-release, like large post-release content for Tears of the Kingdom, and that the team's already working on something else. Yet another creative director has left Skull and Bones. Oh, and Alone in the Dark got moved to next year. The Final Fantasy port got the Final Fantasy 16 port got announced. Okay. So, Caffeine, it sounds like something that had been here's how to run a D&D campaign with people who have ADHD would have been more useful, but I'm sure that would have been at least a very fascinating panel. So, Scotty, because of the way Skull and Bones is being developed, they have to release. Because of all the tax breaks they've taken in Singapore, there has to be a released title. So, win, lose, or draw, it's coming out. Yeah, so Legend, you're right. IGN's not been on the ball recently, and it may just be poor Google Translate, so we'll keep an eye on it. Ugh. I'm sorry. Caffeine went to a TTRPGs for fun and profit, but ended up being paneled by 100% Microsoft folks. Oh, I wonder. I've never found out how or if PAX does sponsored talks. It sounds like that could be something there. Like, it sounds like it could have been a sponsored talk, you know? Lance Lee rushed the stage when the MC of video game trivia panel gave him a question about freaking Fusion Frenzy. It's like when someone's procs your special interest in a quiz. It's like the sound, you hear the horn of battle just... Now is my time. I mean, no, if you want to give it a skim, like, I trust your Japanese more than I trust IGN right now. No hate to the people over there, but I don't think that the IGN team get a lot of time to do things. Yeah. I did speak to one individual last night who apparently runs a games fund specifically for queer and marginalized developers called, what's it called? Code Coven. So I'm going to follow up with them on email later and see like what the status of that is. Obviously not for myself, but like if we do at least have an in to a video game funding pool for, you know, marginalized developers, then we can, there's a lot of the squad we can point over that way, which would be real good. Oh, Velo, there's been so many great giant robot games. You know, Front Mission, Metal Warriors, Armored Bloody Core, like, let's go, baby! So many good ones. I didn't play Fight Crab 2, but we will be Fight Crab 2ing it. I hope that's clear. Caffeine says the wrong answers only, a terrible advice from great GMs, was exactly what they thought it was and wanted. Lovely. I saw the McElroy brothers kicking around, but my feet hurt too much to get up and say hello to them. And then by the time I felt better, they were gone. And honestly, it's only really Justin that I'd love to chat with. Because, you know, there's a lot of that gentleman's work that have really kind of done well and stuck in my brain, you know? Oh, Lance, way cool. Way cool. Bandland got hidden worse than it has been, like... Okay, so Bandland was technically in a very obvious space, but it was completely side on, and the only thing at the end of Bandland was like one of those, like, $4 for a bottle of water vendors. So yeah, Bandland definitely had a hard time of it. And Legend, I've not actually had time to play the Front Mission First remake. But also, I'm too deep in the paint to be an objective opinion on it. Because I played Front Mission and then binged Front Mission First on the PlayStation as well. Like, you know how some people can get really insufferable about tiny details in a video game? I'm that for Front Mission, so... Yeah, Lance, I'd be really curious to know how that went. Lur was about the only team that had even a chance of doing okay. But they were, like, all of Bandland was side on, and the only thing people were doing was going up and down escalators, so... I didn't see a wild Tobias as much as I thought I was gonna. But we did end up having, like, super late night rum, I think Thursday night, so we got a chance to have, like, a chat and a catch up. And once I'm definitely plague clear, I'll definitely have to... Lance says they did like the tabletop. Oh shit, thank you for reminding me. Oh yeah, so the tabletop area for this one was brilliant because there were just rows and rows and rows of tables for you to play whatever you wanted. And it was surrounded by all the vendors. So it felt big, it felt open. But aside from the PAX arena that was just full like, unter, it was really calm. Caffeine, I still think you should have risked it for a biscuit. If I can do it for these little cutie patooties, you can do it for something useful. The only thing that I saw and didn't have the funds to pick up was there was a dice stand doing themed dice sets based around old like 1985 VHS tapes, and there was one that was like a rainbow set. Gorgeous. But it was $70 for a D&D set. It did come in a tiny little VHS case, but nah. But I did spend a couple of bucks, and I got Fiona a set of cute dog-themed dice that were all like, they had this like peachy pearlescent sparkle to them, but it was all like dog-themed, and I was like, you know what? I don't know if Fiona has a full set, so gotta change that. Because they did get given some super cute dice when I got them their first dice tray. Their first, little dice vault like 1,000 years ago. And Get to the Boat, it definitely has that vibe. I believe this is... the Roll Cage OST, I believe. But the Super Monkey Ball OST is on here as well. Air Dragon says that Secret Lair has some awesome looking VHS art themes for its fall drop. Lovely. God. Back in my day, it was called Legends from the Vault, and there were one every year, and that were it. I tell thee. Yeah, Get to the Boat, I do believe it is that. Because this is all like PS1, PS2, GameCube, PC era bangers. But no, I thought that the board game layout area was wonderful. Because, like, it's the same kind of space as PAX East, but PAX East used to do this thing where you'd have all the vendors for all the tabletop stuff, you know, dice, merch, board games, whatever, and then there'd be a big wall, and then just this sad runoff where everyone was playing board games, and it was like, it kind of felt like, you have ended the shopping zone. Now either play board games or fuck off. Whereas this one, it was like, come take a table, play whatever you want to, and around it are all the things that you might need or be missing. Like, it felt really inclusive. C222, I did mention the Nintendo Power Gallery, and I did show everybody the coked out Battletoads Toad. And Lance put the... Lance, these were the dice that I looked at and went, I can't. That's too much. But this photo doesn't do the dice justice. Like, these little sets down here were just gorgeous. Oh, sorry, C222 put the dice in here. Okay, yeah. So that row of D20s at the top, those are the honker chonkers. But the ones inside the VHS capes are standard size, which is real nice. But I was talking to a bit of this with Mama Samu, and I'm like, I'm not buying any of the big D20s because if I ever lost my temper, you know, on a bad roll or something, then I don't want to have to face criminal charges. You know what I mean? Yeah, so Dragon, that was, yeah, $70 for non-precious metal stone dice set. Very, very pretty. Super fucking cool. Also, I don't know if Rilu's still chilling and illing. I just saw the message about how you all got 2 firsts. Okay, that seems real cool. Legend says that they have a D20 plush for specifically throwing at people. That's what you need. That's what you need. Give me some Final Fantasy beats. There we go. So yeah, so all in all, this was a very successful PAX. I'm sorry I didn't get to stream or spend more time. Like, I hope you know I didn't stop moving for 4 days. Considering how much of a shut-in I've been a lot this year, it's easy to forget who we are as a squad, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that I had to put a bunch of stuff in Imperios's car after the panel because I got beans, I got a fucking shield, I had this. I mean, and again, this jacket, hang on, if you didn't see it earlier, this was what I thought was the only thing from Camille. Camille got a legitimate motorcycle club jacket crafter to make this. And it is proper leather. Or at least it smells and feels like it's proper leather. And it is hoity. Oh, and just in case you're wondering, if you didn't see this, so you've got the long ship, because that's us. Not a cult. It's not a cult. Which Camille insists that is the name of the operation. However, this little patch down here stands for figurehead, because I'm not in charge. I'm not the leader, I'm the figurehead. But yeah, I waddled out of the panel feeling enthusiastic and alive and so happy, laden down with stuff and goodies. Like, you lot fucking spoil the shit out of me. And fuck, I'm lucky with that. Like, sorry, I did not get noodles. But I did get beans. Though I didn't have time to do the... I'm also the Bean Finder General of PAX. But the GDC Find the Beans contest, I'm going to win it again. And not because I'm the only person taking part. I know, it seems like a Zalavir bit. It's not a cult. You lot are going to get me in trouble. Oh, lovely, lovely. Legend put the plushy dice in there. Aww, that's super cute. Pondering the dodecahedron. Head for scale. So yeah. Like, I am sad we didn't get the chance to do something like a PAX meetup. But, like, the panel into food was lovely, and it was great to chat with everybody, you know? Trying to think what else. So much has happened in such quick succession. As I said, we did get to see Zalavir a whole bunch. El Paso Elsewhere will be coming later this month, which will be obviously streaming on launch day, obviously. Because it may or may not be featuring both River and Amos. That's right, my little baby boy might be in his first video game. Just trying to think what else is like. What I can say though is next PAX is definitely the one to plan on. Alright? Like, for those of you, just in case Bacon and people watch the VODs of this and stuff like that, like, this felt like a proper PAX, but there's still a couple of pieces missing. I think those will be there like this time next year, you know? And so, yeah, if you're planning on hitting a PAX, aim for 2024. Also, I believe that'll be the 20th anniversary of PAX. So that will probably be a very big deal. But again, don't quote me on that one because I'm really having to stretch my brain power to remember things. Well, so Lance, yeah, you used to do enforcing and stuff, right? So yeah. It's not my 10th PAX, but I've definitely been doing... I've been doing PAXes since 2013. It's kind of why the Rome 2 chat was so important, because, like, you know, my first PAX was also the PAX we launched a game at. And it was dramatic and a huge part of my life. Be cool. Way cool, Lance. Be cool. I have a few friends who have like the lanyards full of never missed an enforcer pin set up. Oh yeah, no, and Bacon, I completely understand. Like, yeah, next year's the one to aim for. Oh no, and Lance, absolutely. In fact, in case you're ever on the fence about it, like, if you get the chance to do enforcing at PAX, it is a recognized thing, and it can absolutely help you when it comes to applying for games industry jobs. Like, no joke. Because if you know somebody's been an enforcer for a few years, you know they can get shit done. Like, it's it's a mark of ability. So, fucking yo. Racking my brain to think about what else I haven't talked about. No, I think that's the long and short of it, dear friends. I think that's the long and short of it. We'll definitely be going through more of the video gamey stuff as we're going through. Oh yeah, Lance, and we'll definitely have to hear Tales of Yule. But with a few of the games that were out on the show and floors and stuff, they're going to be coming and hopefully like streaming as we're continuing. Holy fuck. I'm exhausted already. Camille, you nearly killed me. I'm just trying to work out how big Camille's health bar is. I think you lot can see it clearer than I can. I think it's 7... Hang on, let me try writing it out. 7, 3... Okay. Yeah. Jesus. 74,000. Wait, no. Oh, no. Sorry, no, it's 749,000. But that is the equivalent of... currently it's 735,000. But that is the equivalent to... Yeah. That is so many. That is... Camille's gonna be here for a while. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Get to the boat. They donated $2,500, and it feels like I run a little marathon earlier. Yeah. No, I'm fucking grateful because, you know, it's like I always get feelsy when this stuff happens, but like that is going to unfuck so much. Y'all don't even know. Legend, I don't know if I've stopped being broken. I just focused on PAX stories. You know what? You're right, Legend. I can carry a conversation now, so I'm doing good. Doing good. Oh. Fucking yo. But yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add in the way of like PAX stories. Only a casual 2.5 hours of tales. To those of you who weren't at PAX, I hope you've been having yourself a lovely weekend. Between Starfield, Baldur's Gate, Armored Core, it's been an incredible time to be video games. Not just to like video games, but to be video games. Hello, Amos. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Shouldn't have stopped to think about. Fucking yo. Caffeine, thank you for the 100. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Oh. Boom. What noise was that? That was Will's insides. So whilst we're kind of having a bit of a, I don't want to say dead air, I might just go through.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Nice pile of cats.
Kind of is, isn't it? To the Holy Bus Crusader, thank you for 26 months. I mean, Camille, I'm set for food, but I have the feasible means. But what I'm definitely gonna do is get the PO box sorted. Just get that set up, and sort the baby boy, and I don't know, but I'll make sure I do something that is whimsical. Hell, maybe I'll get my my fucking Rainworld tat. My next Rainworld tat. Oh. And Camille, like I said, like between you and Lizzie, Varbles as well, like there's always the light messing with me. I never know when it's actually going to be a strike. Like the only times where I am safe is times like now. Because now I've just been hit with a fucking... It's not even a broadside. It's a planetary laser. You basically flew one of those Covenant ships over the Yaldum and my feelings. And just glassed the area. Well, you know what I mean, Camille. You know what I mean. Like, the one good... I shouldn't say good thing. But, like... Yeah. Like that, do you know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm trying not to. I'm trying. Well, because all the Fields attacks already happened. You don't glass a planet twice. Fuck! I completely threw myself off there. What was I saying? What? What? I'm not being unreasonable, and you know I'm not fishing. But it's just a case of, like, you know, you'll plan your strikes. Well, you're... Like, if you've already... It's happened. You're right. I wasn't thinking in... Okay, but... That's... Camille, that would... You could not... Alright, I'm not trying to paint myself into a corner here. I'm just saying. You know what? I'm gonna go put my head under a tap for a second before I fucking run my mouth like an idiot and say something stupid. Or stupider. Okay, so... I'll be back in a second. Alright? And then we'll talk about what this week's going to be. And I want to talk to you all about, like, a couple of, like... Yeah. Some ideas I've got and some things... Hang on, where am I over here? Some ideas I've got and some things going on, and... Yeah. I think today's just going to be a natter and a hangout afternoon. I don't think I have it in the tank to do a full stream of, like, Rainworld or anything today. But we've got tomorrow, we've got Friday, and we've got Saturday. And we have to decide which day is going to be Mech Day. Fuck it. See, this is the thing. Hang on. You never know you never know when feckin' secret Discord's gonna do something, and then I start chatting and I'm like blip 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 blip, and then I realise I've potentially gotten myself into trouble. So yeah, friends, I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, Lizzie, I'm trying. It's much harder than it seems. It's much harder than it seems. Okay, be back in a sec. Don't you go anywhere.
Did someone say riot? Indeed. Riot Twitch chat. Riot like the mosh pits, you know this is.
Hello, hello, hello. Bus Crusader, thank you kindly. You set up a pint glass and you knocked it down.
For the voices of chat.
What the fuck?
Come from what was thought to be calm waters.
I didn't choke on my fucking cheese then. Like, holy shit. That's my line. I'm supposed to be the will of the people. You already just... Okay. I wasn't fishing. Oh. Oh my word. Okay, but you can see my logic, right? Like, if someone saved up a bunch of money to do a thing, they're not suddenly gonna have a second salvo. Like... Yeah, you can't double strike a Titanic. Also, I'm pretty sure Camille is just fully healed. Ultrazini, it is close to say I got thrown into the water and I'm now getting whirled around in the waves. Damn it, Lizzie. I got water, so I'm gonna sip so I can hydrate from fucking tears. Oh. Camille, all I can say is again, just thank you. I don't know how best to say it, like, there is so much of a weight off my shoulders. You don't even know. You don't even know. You know. Now we can get the PO box sorted.
749,550 out of 749,550. Well, I guess we have to start chipping away at this.
Thank you, Crumbs. Holy fuck. Like, there's so many things that I can do. Like, as good for the animals as good for the house. Like, it's like the biggest weight just taken. And like, Camille, it's like no one's under any obligation to be here. I don't expect that because people put in a bunch of stuff now that they're always going to do that. There's no like, oh, I haven't seen you in fucking 1,000 years. Like, I never expect anything. And like, I know I'm a fucking hassle to deal with in the real world. For those of you who aren't in the Greater Seattle region, even before, you know, we got Amos and things got more complicated, like, I'm a chronic workaholic with a terrible sleep pattern, so like, I'm hard to get hold of at the best of times. In fact, Camille and I mostly hung out for Negative Breakfast for like the first few months of me kind of like being in the Seattle scene. And so the fact that people are still putting up with me, even though I've become unintentionally reclusive. Those of you that have had young spruglings, I can only guess that this must be what it's like, you know. But I mean, Greybeard, I think that's where we all get on. So I never expect anything. And Camille, like, holy shit! Holy shit! That was more than a double gold bit attack. And now has become a cumulative triple. That is unheard of. And the thing is, because you went the path of the dramatic duck, like, that means...
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are 4 reptilian heroes who
Fucking
overcome the Arc-Villain Shredder.
Holy Bus Crusader, thank you. You have added, putting you rank 3 on the House Carl boards. But, I don't know, the point I'm trying to say is, like, this is a different kind of overwhelm. This is just... It's like I can breathe again. And I can't comprehend it as a thing. Like... I mean, sorry, that is up to your lovely selves. You have already been fucking incredible. Well, just thank you so much. Friends, you do not have to take Camille's threat. You do not have to take Camille's threat. So Camille, right? So usually when it gets to this kind of nonsense, there's been some kind of, you know, bet or bounty or something put up. Now, I don't want to name any names or anything, but is there a game you would like to see a whole day of? Is there something you've wanted to see me thrown at? Obviously not counting Raft. Like, you don't have to answer right now because you're not losing the Yaldum anytime soon. But I feel that, you know, that is the. I've got to. This is. Oh. Remember when I used to be able to speak people words? Yes.
I sneeze in your general direction, good sir. Also hope you having a good day, Will.
I'm having a great day! I am feeling everything in quick succession! Thankfully, I have this little, like, slug pile. This little pile of cuties I can just bury my face in. And try not to, like, just fucking sob.
Challenge accepted.
What the
Pause
fuck?!
Packs.
What the fuck?! What the fuck? Emotional support backpack. It is right here. It is right here. Holy shit! I'm just... What is happening?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Apparently Jackie intends to fight fire with fire. Yeah, it's just a calm post-pax stream. No big deal. No big deal. Oh. Sorry, Air Dragon, thank you so much. Crux, good on you for refilling the pipe laugh after that.
Clicking.
Yeah, Lizzie, I guess I should have put the kettle on. Then what do you want to know? Oh, is there no train? Oh, sorry, you're right. I must be hallucinating smelling that one. But Jackie, thank you. Holy Bus Crusader, thank you. Sorry, thank you. And I guess we're doing second train. Second train. Oh, Air Dragon. Fucking
The
John.
tea chat drinks. It is made from Will's tears.
Also, friends, I don't know if you've noticed, the new train has started where the last one left off. I'm sorry, tiny slug cats. You have to get in the train now.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Arc villain
There
Shredder.
we go. And so, Lance, thank you for gifting a sub that went to V-Squid. Boku-san managed to get their sister's account a message. Air Dragon. There are some lovely other Mother Hubbards out there, but no, I missed y'all too. Not just because of this, right? Like, I know it's easy to say that when this is all happening at once. Holy shit. Holy fuck. But yes, as I was saying, Camille, like, in the past, something of this magnitude, like, would have been a bounty or something equivocal. So, yeah, have a ponder on what you'd have me spend a day on. Sorry, congratulations. Congratulations, you have obliterated me. Okay, let me add to that. On stream. Off stream's another matter, Lizzie. And Crowbeak, how are you doing? Crowbeak, it has been a million years. Sorry. Some huge things have happened today. In a good way, And I thought it was done, and then I was talking about PAX, and then what I didn't assume there'd be a double strike, you know? Because like if somebody planned something, like if Secret Discord planned something, they're gonna all do it.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fucking yo. Boss, thank you for gifting a sub to Crowbeak. No, just thank you. You make it the holy boss. Like these days, House Carl make it so that people don't have to put up with a gajillion ads. Yeah, legend. It's wild. A red bit is like fucking. I'm still blown away when someone's like, "Oh, hey, you did pretty good. Here's $2. Here's $1. Here's some fucking bits for the pint glass." And usually everything's kind of condensed around the trains as well. Oh, I got snot all over the feckin' friendo. God, I have to work extra hard to be worth all of this feckin' hell. You're right, sorry. I shouldn't underestimate the crew, but I am guilty of doing it. And Greybeard, like, thank you. Thank you. Just thank you all. Just thank you all. I mean, Krobik, you're not wrong. I don't think it's ever something that I'm going to get used to. I'm okay with that. It's just Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, let me put some smooth jams on. I think that's where we're at right now. God, just holy shit.
Here, have some more love language.
Also chaos. I was just gonna have a gossip with you, Cropeak. I was gonna be like, oh, but I've got the oh. How do I broke? God, it's only been 3 hours. I feel like I've run a marathon. And I don't run marathons. Well, Crobeak, it's lovely to see you. I hope things have been going good with yourself. The gossip. The gossip was one of your fucking yo.
To the fields.
What is happening? Holy shit. Hey Dragon, thank you again. Holy fuck. At Legend, you're right. My heart rate has been going. Air Dragon, I'm not the GM. I don't even know who I am. I don't know who I am in this play. I'm the figurehead. Guess the boat says that the Mind Flayer parasite should have taken over the longship. I, for one, welcome our new tentacled overlord. Oh, am I the target? Meme Null Season 3 is going well. I didn't realise we'd started. Fuck. But Cropeak, I thank you for sharing that with us. I was just... You're all terrors. You're all terrors, the lot of you. I don't even remember what I was... I don't remember where I am. I don't remember what I was saying. I think we were talking about PAX. And then I was going to talk about other stuff and things, and now we're here.
Better get some liquid death after stream to rehydrate.
I got you there. I've been saving the last few cans in the back of the fridge. Baby! Oh, God. That's the thing, Asari. This isn't even Longship After Dark. That's the sun.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Holy
Weapons online.
fuck.
All systems nominal.
Lance, thank you. Prolo, Watto, and welcome.
Hello. Apologies I'm late, had to do a thing.
I mean, in some respects, Get to the Boat, we have done a Rain World stream today. There's been a lot. There's been a lot. Prolo, it's lovely to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. PAX was great. It was weird and different, but not terrible. Yo, sorry. I don't know. Yes. Okay, let's. Oh, I can get my composure back. Okay. Yes. So, Krobik, there is a new convention center. They're now called Arch and Summit. It is huge. It is super clean and shiny. It's bright. I think the badass subway is still in the new building. Is still in the old building. The new building has a super fancy like restaurant at the base, which is real nice. Oh, sorry, I did a head under tap. I came back from that, and oh, okay. Yeah, new convention center is lovely. You were waiting for us. Oh. It was different. Oh shit! I didn't tell you all the gossip. I don't know if they've posted any more about it, but how many of you are familiar with Jennifer Hale? Let's see if they've posted anything more about it. Yeah, there is gossip. Oh, sorry. I'm just seeing if they got rid of the Okay, so Jennifer Hale, aka the real Commander Shepard, got escorted by security at the feckin' Sheraton, and like I don't even know. So I heard the goss from like I heard the goss from some cosplay friendos, and then I saw on Jennifer's setup that they were saying like Seattle's Sheraton Hotel. Seattle's just giving me the worst hotel experience I've had. Stay away. Like fucking yo. What happened was Jennifer came to check in. And whilst waiting for management, it was so okay. So far as I understand, whilst waiting for the handler to come and check them in, the Sheraton peeps were asking specifically for some for a very specific piece of ID, probably passport or the ilk, which they didn't have on them at the exact moment. And this resulted in Sheraton security escorting Jennifer Hale off, because for some reason the person trying to check her in thought that she was trying to steal a free hotel. The handler, the individuals that had invited her out specifically to this event, had to come on in and like try and bail this stuff out. but like, you know, the person behind the counter was berating this handler, being like, you know, do you understand that you'll be liable for any charges, any damages, anything like this? And it's like, I bloody invited them here. It was wild. Like, feckin' yo. But there hasn't been anything else, like, posted on the subject. So... And yeah, every hotel has that one behind-the-counter person. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm trying to tell you all a story while I'm just obliterated. Anyway, I wonder if it'll end up, like, becoming a thing. Wait, what? Says you're along for the ride to Kilt Society tonight. Heckin' wit! Sadly, I can't do a thing tonight. I've I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Well, oh my word. I'm trying to tell you all the stories and I'm so broken. I'm so broken. This is probably something super obvious and my brain's just failing to work. Sorry, yes. Cool games. I mean, the ones from the Seattle Indies Expo were definitely the ones I got to spend the most time with that I didn't know already. Let me check my wish list, because I've been using my wish list as like the Oh, okay. Oh god, I guess I'll have to get a kilt soon, won't I? So Caffeine and Camille are in a kilt wearers society, and I'm basically like the little streamer in a pocket. I just have to not stand up. Greybeard, I am not acknowledging that. I'm not acknowledging that. I would not survive. I also believe that's what I said for the Subnautica VR as well. What I did see, but I didn't get hands-on with, was Thank Goodness You're Here. which if you didn't see it, I won't put the sound on stuff, but it's this game that got announced at Gamescom. I got to see this running, and it is the most like Midlands British nonsense. Like, it's got this real kind of like post-Python's nonsense tier elements. And watching it run, this is going to be so much fun to play through. It's got a little bit of like a Untitled Goose Game Carnage vibe. Like a... I don't know. Like if someone set McPixel in like 1980s York. Oh, and Captain Steph, I did see your message about finally beating Meg. Have you been using God mode? Because that one I feckin' love as an accessibility feature. Because you just get stronger with every run, just a little bit. So it still gives you the same vibe of like improving but without having to like memorize patterns. Sorry, I absolutely would have used God mode if I hadn't had like Sadler and people coaching me. So Clone Prince, one of them is deemed acceptable in the United States, and that is about it. Oh, I saw the Roman Sands, and let me tell you, despite being the sequel, being the follow-up to Paratropic, Roman Sands was absolutely there. That was absolutely hidden. So I still don't know if the PR behind this game was done by someone who is very rushed and underpaid, or was done by a junior, or if they just don't know how to handle this title. But like, it was only on one station and it was hidden around like a bunch of others. It was super hard to find, and I'm still grumpy on their behalf, but I'm going to be stalking this game something fierce. I don't know if Jackie Foxbot is still kicking around, but yeah, for all the Has Bloodlines 2 been announced again jokes, it actually did. And Damien, what a welcome! It's good to see you, friend. I've been talking about you loads. And yeah, Crowbeak, I didn't realise Sea of Stars was the same team that did The Messenger, and it has that same kind of meta humor, so I'm feckin' down for it. Yeah, so Jackie, it was announced over PAX that the Chinese room would be taking over development of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. The Chinese room, yeah. I also have no idea what to expect, but it won't be dull. Sorry, not all of these were immediately from the show floor, so... Yeah, and sorry, here before you sits a broken man. Oh, I'm so broken. Everyone's gone to the Rapture, everyone's gone to the vampires, like, snap. Just as an FYI, friends, so this is the Chance of Sonar. Alright? We will be streaming this at some point. Probably not immediately, but we will be streaming this soon. Because this is very much in the same vein as Heaven's Vault, where we have to work out and translate in like an ancient alien language. And I think we're going to have a fucking party with this. If it's even a sliver as good as Heaven's Vault, we're going to have a great time. The reason I'm saying so now is because, like, if you want to play it ahead of stream and do the puzzles yourself, yeah, it's super pretty. Oh yes, no, and Clone Prince, yeah, the Chinese Room is the same team that did Dear Esther, but they did Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs, but to my knowledge, they've never done like an action game, like definitely not action FPS. So it's, yeah, I also have no idea what to expect. So the best we can say with Bloodlines 2 is whatever happens, it's going to be a story. Because there's going to be no middle ground on this. It is either going to be a bombastic success or a hecking disaster. And if it is a disaster, I don't know if it won't be the Chinese Room's fault, you know? Being given a whole game by another team and just having it dropped over, that's something fierce. Lance got to try the big con, yes, because they're doing either new DLC or a big title update. Yeah, and Dustin, I'm hoping it's going to be Black Watchman collaborative, because, like, I'm pretty good with, you know, visualization puzzles and stuff like that, but I'm also dyslexic as fuck. So that means that it makes a nice kind of symbiosis between all of your help. Like, seriously, friends, Heaven's Vault was like one of the most fun puzzle games we've done as a squad. Oh, actually, significant. I did actually get to see Prima a couple times. Mostly at the Polish party, which was very, very good. And Fearless, yeah, I don't know if they were rebooting the project, finishing the project, or just, yeah, starting from nothing. So, it's going to be interesting. Clone says, is there a puzzle game concept or flavor that's just too much for you? Ooh. Unfortunately, like anything that is a purely spelling puzzle, like English language spelling rather than like translation or deconstruction, those tend to get out of hand. Oh, and C222, we've never streamed The Witness. Oh no, we did stream The Witness for a little bit. And that gets out of hand fast, but like, that game is a huge beastie. And Kroby, when you say matcha, you're talking about like the little language puzzle for like $3, right? And yeah, so Climate, I do like puzzle room titles. Sometimes I just have to be a bit careful because I can solve them. Sometimes I can solve them faster than I can explain them, and it can be a bit alienating on stream. Yeah, sorry, and also, yeah, typing games. More often than not, at least when it comes to streaming them, the problem is more sometimes I get too into them and I just ignore all of you lot. So it ends up having that vibe of someone invited you around their house and then they ignore the shit out of you to play video games, which has happened to me before. But it was also the same weekend I got into Ultima Online, so... Yeah, so Dustin, yeah, Epistory and Nanotail and stuff like that are no thank yous for me. But I'm not hurting. I'm not hurting for titles because I'm still saving Taiji for all of us, which is the What If the Witness but sans Jonathan Blowhard. Oh, what Naru? The name of the title I was talking about, that is Taiji. I haven't played Hook. I've definitely seen it, but I haven't played it. I did have to look it up, though. But yeah, so it's a similar philosophy with this idea of, like, simple visualization puzzles with increasing complexity that have, like, an impact in the world. God. Yeah, at some point we do need to have another discussion about, like, games that have a massive impact on our industry and are important, but are made by absolute cockwombles. Because, like, I absolutely positively do not want to support Jonathan Blow in any way, shape, or form. But annoyingly, there's a lot of things that Witness did which it did very well. And having now played Viewfinder, it's something that does need to get chatted about, because we can't, like, how do we still learn from titles even when the person becomes an absolute insufferable, like, knob rot? Yes, Verdenflow, cockwomble is the technical term. But this is a discussion for another day when we've all had a bit more brain, a bit more sleep. Sorry, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm so glad it's cooled off, because, like, Rilu was saying it's been bloody hot in the UK this weekend. Yeah, Crowbeak, yeah. He's done 2 bangers that have had a massive impact on the industry, and, like, less so with Braid, but definitely with The Witness. There's a lot to learn from, like, take a simple concept and then get wild with the execution. Oh, God. Prolo was saying that apparently it's been hot in the UK than a pizza for a while. So, feckin' no thank you. Yeah, how do we separate the game milkshake from the milkshake dev duck? Yeah. And, like, telling people and acknowledging that, you know, one of the key or solo creatives is an absolute, like, you know, last bottom of the garbage barrel trash monster. Oh yeah, no, Crowbeak, this isn't a new question in the slightest. But the problem I've been having is with, where is it? Because I already have a copy. Where was it? No, not Master Road. Master Road is awesome. It's the Librarian Spinning Plates game. Shit, where is it? Ah, beans. Well, no, so Prolo, that is definitely a different discussion. I hate that I am blanking on this now. Congratulations, Camille. I have lost all brain powers. I already have this title. Why am I finding it so hard to find? Okay, friends, pause on the conversation. We're not going down the FNAF Minecraft route because... Alright, and we're also not just going to list shitty people because, like, it'll do nothing for our happiness. I know the fault lies with me. I brought this up and I'm trying to find the game in question. God darn it. We must not let darkness consume our hearts! Beans. The fault, again, the fault lies with me here entirely, friends, so I'm not mad at any of your lot. I should have had this on quick draw before bringing up the topic. God, it's a problem with having a fucking library the size of... Anyway. Yeah, no, Crowbeak, it's like my rhythms have been thrown completely off kilter, stares at Camille. Anyway. I don't know. My friend said that we must look at our video game history much like the history of the United Kingdom. But there's a lot of baddies. There's a lot of baddies. I did get to hang out with Zaliver at PAX. It was awesome. It was more just like ambient banter and actually getting to chill out. Being the last chance saloon, we did end up once again at the Elephant and Castle. And we ended up talking a lot about Bioshock Infinite and, like, you know, the impact of art and stuff like that. There was not either an unofficial nor a liminal Denny's. However, Moose, I will say that if it hadn't been for the wee baby Amos having a hard time Monday night, I probably would have ended up at the Denny's in Sodo, just as a point. No, the game I was looking for was Book of Hours. God darn it. No, Verdenflow, but I did wear my shirt earlier in the week. I'm very proud of that. And I will say there was a distinct absence of jerks at this PAX, so I don't know if there was an action taken or what have you. But that gave me a little bit of happiness. Okay, sorry. Let me... Fucking... Congratulations, Camille. I'd sit destroyed. Yeah, Lizzie, no signs. But I mean... Like, the overall team had their panel, and What's-His-Face, one of their team, was kind of, like, around. But he went out of his way to avoid me like the plague, which made me feel very good. I was like, ha ha! Call me Alanis Morissette because I'm here to remind you. Which gave me a certain smugness. Alright, let me try and get my brain back. Oh, Clone Prince, it's nothing against yourself. We have links for subs only, just to stop bots posting, like, you know, horrendous account stealers and whatnot. So Book of Hours is one of those ones where, like, the guy in charge of that studio is a piece of shit. However, Book of Hours is also one of the first evolutions on that whole, like, solitaire card system that I would point to. Strange Lands is the other one. It's the cutie patootie card game. Stack Lands, that's it. So, Cultist Simulator was a project made by a team headed up by someone who is a chronic POS. Stacklands is made by the Sock Pop Collective, who are lovely and wonderful, and does a much better job of creating a more engaging experience. If you haven't played Stacklands, it's $8, but be warned. If you start playing it, that's the rest of your night. Like, that is the rest of your night. See, even the guinea pigs know. Also because that game features a lot of fruit and vegetables. No, it's incredible. So, Crowbeak, I've got 6 hours racked up on Stacklands, and that was all in one sitting. Like, the way it evolves story and exploration, the way it does, like, management and structure, and how it teaches you how to play more and better in the best way. Hang on, let me give you the... Yeah. So, if Book of Hours is the evolution on, like, Stacklands, but it's made by... Or it's a Garbo person involved. Like, I'm hoping that there's something from there. But also, you know what? Everybody is eating feckin' good right now for video games as well. Like, I know people who are racking up like 110 hours in Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3, and that makes me so happy. Like, that makes me so happy. You know, I'm still personally choosing to save Baldur's Gate until I have a squad to play it. But by the time we get onto it, you'll have all played it, so I won't have to worry about spoilers. Armored Core 6 is currently where my obsession is. I don't know if I will be streaming New Game Plus, but I will definitely be playing. Because to my understanding, there are three endings, maybe, or at very least, you have to do both paths, and then one more to get the true ending, I believe. But I'll have to get back on that one. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is incredible. And okay, I need to get proper hands-on with Starfield, but I honestly think that Starfield is going to hit the escapist feel-good that Bethesda have sometimes succeeded with and sometimes failed. Like, Fallout New Vegas is the gold standard. No one's arguing against that. But, like, Fallout 3, Skyrim, like, they're wonderful games to just get lost in. And if all you play is mainstream games, they're probably one of the better. Now, which one's Chained Echoes? Sorry, I'm going to have to just search for the name, but... God. And I know we mentioned this earlier, but it is absolutely fine to rip the hot shit out of everyone being like, "But me prunes!" Like, you're playing a space sci-fi game. You've already had the option to choose, like, you know, femme presenting, mask presenting, or in some science games, robot. Looking at you, feckin' Phantasy Star Online. But no, but because for this one, they... Anyway, well, we don't need to give those dingleberries any more oxygen. They've gotten far more than they deserve. But jumping back, so Crowbeak, I've got Chained Echoes wishlisted, but I've no other chance to play it. It does look amazing. Like, it does look amazing. Wait, so Clone Prince, what game on New Game Plus and what warning? Because I don't have, I'm not going to have time to watch Co-Carnage's everything. God, I know. Yes, Dustin Monster Hunter Now does drop this month. And we'll see how that goes. You know, I've uninstalled Pokemon Sleep because it made me feel terrible, because I realised how poorly I was sleeping. And I'm shocked and surprised to find out the Lady of Final Fantasy themselves, the Prolo, has been careening around Final Fantasy XIV. I'm shocked and surprised by this turn of events. And Crowbeak, thank you for sending me the link on that one. I did get a Monster Hunter Now pin from PAX. And it was real funny because all you had to do was, like, agree to install the game. And I'm like, I'm already in, but okay. I'll take your pins. God, my brain's careening around. Yeah, it's a wild time. It's a wild time to be a fan of video games, and that makes me so happy. Like, I'm a little scared for all of our little, small indie projects and our small indie friendos, because, like, right now, the media cycle is completely, like, nothing but big hits, big bangers. Today it was discussions about Tears of the Kingdom and Starfield, and that was really about it. So, I'm just rechecking the hot sheets while we're having a natter, but... Oh, and Baldur's Gate, of course. Like, right now it's going to be very, very difficult for... Right now, it's going to be very difficult for indie teams to get coverage and space. So now is the time for indies to just take a breath, take a beat, like take September to polish and, bring things together. I do know that El Paso Elsewhere is coming out in, 10 days? Because I believe it's a drop date of the 16th. No, the 26th. God, thank feck. Yeah. Yeah, now is the time for development updates. If you're, if you've been considering, should I make a vertical slice of my idea? Yes. Start it right now. And also, don't be afraid to let the big titles that you're playing inspire you. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 is the anomaly, but with a lot of the others, they are gigantic AAA properties that have to have certain concessions, right? You don't have to do that. So, like, what is something that you are... In one of the titles you're playing right now, what is something you just wish they had in? And I do think especially Starfield is going to be very inspirational for that, because even though people are joking... Oh, Prolo, go get all the good sleeps. Check me out. I've regained the ability to have a conversation. Woohoo! Yahoo! Especially with Starfield. For as much as people are joking like, the modders are going to be fixing it, that title still has to ship on,
Wahoo.
Wahoo! Oh! I didn't think you were going to unseat the red bit there, but Vanderbeest filling the pint glass at the same time managed to make it. Like, feck yeah. Yeah, well, Prolo, I do hope you get some good rest and have a lovely evening. But yes. For everything that's... For everything that's smooth about... Hang on, let me rephrase. Starfield is janky, and yes, there are some patches that are fixing, like, edge case, issues and things like that, which is really cool. But there's also going to be things that they would have done if they didn't have to... That they didn't have to ship it. If it was just a small indie team in an early access, they could just keep cramming in weird features to see what breaks. They can't do that because, they're one of the biggest AAA studios shipping this year. So, whilst you play through, be it Starfield, or I guess, Baldur's Gate counts as well, and, Armored Core and all of these, if there's ever a time where you find yourself going, man, I wish this did X. I wish I could do X. That's what you want to grasp onto, because they can't do that. They can't step to the agility that you have as a creative. And that is powerful. That is incredibly powerful. Plus, especially if it's something that's an evolution on something that is popular in mainstream, I know it's gauche, but let me tell you, if you have to go into a meeting with a bunch of, like, money people, and you're like, hey, so I'm working on this game, it's like Paratropic meets Frog Detective, and they're going to look at you and go, cool, I guess. But if you say, oh, well, you know that one thing in Starfield? What if that was its own title in its entirety? And they'll go, oh. Because most money people, they have families and kids and properties and normal boring people stuff. Whatever the fuck it is that normal people do. I don't know. I don't hang out with those people. But the kinds of titles they get to play are these big bangers. And so leveraging those in your pitch can be the difference between a confused handshake and a good day, or well, here's funding for your project. And look, I understand. Rami and people have done long talks about how, we shouldn't be using every other title as like a derivative deconstruction. And it doesn't mean that your game has to be, but if you can convey it in that way, it makes it real easy to get money. Well, easier to get money. There's no such thing as easy money right now. Damn it. Get to the boat. If I'd read that a second later, that would have come out my nose. But once again, I don't know anything other, because I had a very, very short conversation with, but I'm going to be looking into a team called Code Coven. Dyslexic ass. And at least from the brief conversations I had, apparently they are a team that sorts funding for queer and marginalized developers, and I think that is the coolest shit ever. So I'm going to have a chat with them, and then hopefully we can find a pipeline for additional funding, because that would be lovely. Obviously, additional funding for your good selves, not for myself. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Clone Prince, I think the reason why everyone was asking is because your initial comment made it sound as if, like, if you do New Game Plus, it's going to, like, break your game and destroy Armored Core 6. But those are more kind of... Yeah, those are what we in the business would have called D-class issues. Suggestions. Or a few C's that got marked as will not fix. No, I was worried there was some, like, bug that if you ended up jumping through... Hookshot! What a welcome, friend. How are you doing? It is me, Paxman. Not Jeremy Paxman. That's a different character. But Paxman. Oh, how are you doing, friend? I've finally regained my composure. So, well, Hookshot, I hope when you say it's been a week, it's been good busy and not, oh my god. I'm just going to keep linking El Paso. Well, so Clone Prince, I don't think today is the day to discuss it, but I think this is a really good potential jump-off point for the discussion between like industry and consumer. And I think it'll be a really good chat, either tomorrow or day after or something. But there's this really interesting thing when games drop now. There's 3 types of content that are immediately banged out because they're guaranteed for engagement. One is a list of things I wish I'd known before playing. Wah, 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 wah. The other is 20 secrets you didn't know about. Wah, 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 wah. And the other one is usually like, here's a list of things I can't believe these developers didn't fix in wah 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 wah. You know? It's a tried and true method that works very well in the games media space. And no hate, like, I mean, I haven't spoken to Carnage in 1,000 years. Actually, I haven't spoken to him since the OG TwitchCon. Back when Twitch used to actually have to court game developers. Can you imagine that? Twitch rolling out the red carpet saying, please, Mr. Game Developer, we'd like you to talk about your game on our platform. How things have changed. And now Carnage is independent and all. Oh. Well, Hookshot, I am sorry it's been the worst way, but I'm back, and hopefully I can provide some unhinged emotional support radio in the background. There we go. So you're not just looking at only my gigantic forehead. Oh. Look, Damien, I'm not trying to butter you up here. Like, I have nothing to sell you. I'm not trying to fan any egos, but, like, I have been mentioning your title so much throughout, like, conversation. Mainly, alright, friends, this is a Will rant, so no one else is going to care about this apart from, like, me and, like, maybe 2 people. But I got talking with my friend Wolfgang. Now, Wolfgang runs the team that are currently making Slave Zero X, the prequel to a almost forgotten Dreamcast era title called Slave Zero, about, you guessed it, a giant robot. Now, well, I'll get to the details in a second, but Wolfgang has been running an indie studio for a very long time, and has done the funding dance and all sorts, and is very good at it. Wolfgang is a realist, and I respect that. I am, at times, especially when those times involve copious amounts of gin, an idealist. Which is that I understand how games are funded. I really do. I understand the dance. I've been involved with it more than I care to say. But I don't like how it is for a bunch of reasons. The one that's pissing me off at the moment is that, aside from government funding and things like that, like, funding small projects is fucking impossible. So, like, to try and get someone just a bit of funding, not a lot of funding, but just a bit of funding, it's not even worth it. Naming no names, there was a team I was working with a while back, and all they were asking for was, like, they were asking for, like, 10 to 15k just to finish the project and take it through. And of course, no publisher will touch you for that little money, because if you take the money and run, it would cost them more to chase you down than to get it. And the amount of time it would take to sort that funding is less than they feel they might potentially get back. Well, so Clone Prince, GoFundMe and Patreon. Patreon is great if you're consistently creating a certain kind of experience that has a core engagement. I met a gentleman at Pocket Gamer this year who makes scaly games for scalies. Now, they're not all not safe for work, but some of them are somewhat safe for work. And that audience loves it. So that Patreon makes enough money, they just keep making these games in the space. GoFundMe is great when you have a critical strike or a famous idea. So you want to make the next, I don't know, Muppet Kart Racer. Kermit the Frog's involved. Brilliant. Done. You're already Jeff Dave video game who invented video game, and you want to make the new game. Everyone's going to be like, oh my god, Jeff Dave video game! Here's me money! That's great for a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter. But if you just consistently make games, especially good, interesting, or anti-flow games, Claire's at Damien, then the current system is just not fucking designed for funding those kinds of projects. And like, everyone's so ready to talk about what the state of indie is. And then, like, yeah, Jeff Day video game, you know. And then I love talking about, like, Damian Crawford's golfing experience, which is available on Steam. Damian Crawford's Golfing Experience 2022 is made by a very dear developer Damian here in chat. If you pick up a coffee, please do leave a review. It is a turn-based golfing title. It is a 3D golf game made in RPG Maker. And the sadistic hook of it is that you have to turn sideways to swing the club. So you never see where your ball goes. You just have to go and find it. Yeah. Like... Oh, and so Clone Prince, just for framing, we're talking about getting the money to make another title. With things like getting over it with Bennett Foddy, Bennett already had the resources that he needed to make that title, and then it got massive, right? But like Bennett was already working on other projects and things like that. Yeah, Damian's made 30 games. Not all of them are available on Steam. Like, if you want to fiscally help Damian, have a look at Damian's itch.io page. If you want to help Damian take over Twitch as they should, over Steam as they should, pick up a copy on Steam and leave a review. Like an idiot, I can't because I got gifted mine. But yeah, Damian Crawford's golfing experience is, what if you were in a golf game and an absolute rank amateur? But, sorry, Damon, like, the reason I was bringing this up is, like, titles like the ones that you create do not take a lot of money to take from concept to market. But the current system of indie funding is just not fucking designed for that. And it's hard. It's really hard. You know? You know, there's... Yeah. Oh, sorry, significant figures on the X... Yeah. No, significant, that's all, like, shots across the board. Now, Hookshot's got the obvious answer to funding your game, just to be rich. Numbers, I have. I've actually... But we're talking about indie funding, so you know I love talking about that. Yeah. Now, right now, no one's going to be changing up how games are published. In fact, games funding is really thin on the ground right now because everyone thought this year was going to suck, so they all kind of like batten down their hatches and tighten their purse strings. And yeah, so Damien was saying that when talking with Raw Fury posted about how they don't sign games that have less than a $2 million budget. Now, I know that seems counterintuitive, but if someone comes to you and says, I need $25,000 to finish this game, for most people, for most teams, that's usually an indication they don't know what they're doing. And this is an overhang from, like, a lot of naive teams. And, hey! Dead with bread. Son of undead with flour. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. But yeah, so if you're asking for millions of dollars, it means that you've planned a long runway, that you plan on having staff in certain ways with contingencies and whatnot. But the problem is when you start encountering people in the industry who, when they say, I'm going to make this game for 20 grand, they actually are going to do that. You know, that's the frustrating thing, is that there's no system in place to fund those projects. And I'm very lucky some of my friends that have money still talk to me, because the amount of times I've drunkenly said, look, we're just doing it. We're just going to start an indie publisher. We're just doing it. Like, I don't want money. I need these games to be made. So, yeah, so I've had a lot of conversation along those lines, and it's good for me to have conversations with people like Wolfgang, because it's easy for me to sit on Twitch.television and lament that things aren't the way they should be. But that doesn't help you.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online.
2
All
for 2.
systems nominal.
Both 10s as well. But yeah, Restless Roots and Dead with Bread, thank you both kindly. Watto and welcome. Well, so Naru Hoodie, hey! There's the hat trick! The Don Matrick hat trick. Restless, thank you. Come on in, friends, come on in. 10s across the board. But Naru was saying with all the layoffs are simultaneously like 3 different things. The tightening of the purse strings, the conclusion of a lot of big teams, big projects, and they do not want to have that overhead carrying forward. And the other is like there is no contract work on the ground. There is no just easy VC funding to be had, and that's definitely having an effect across the. But partially that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like it's fucking wild, and not in a fun way. Like, we've been trying to work out why the Shadow Gambit team are closing their doors. And it's heartbreaking because that game slaps. It's got like 1,500 reviews on Steam, overwhelmingly positive. But they've already said that no, they're going to be shuttering the studio in a couple months. Current prevailing theory is that they were running hot and were desperately hoping to pick up something like contract work or stuff like that. And they just couldn't secure it. So, I mean, what we'll probably see is a lot of games that come out next year are going to come out incredibly rushed and very broken. Because a lot of the big teams have scaled right down but still expect to do a launch. But that's just me reading the tea leaves, right? That's just me in the bones. I don't have anything to back that up, but yeah. So Damien, I've been talking about your titles a lot, and also the Disaster Indies as kind of as a squad, because Damien describes their games as anti-flow, which is different from like the Ichi Zone, which is an anti-game, or Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, which is meant to be kind of like a poetical fuckery. And it's interesting to discuss all these things. Moose says I'm sort of expecting a rush to fill the gaps in people's release schedules. There's going to be this wild hiring of like short-term contractors, probably about like February, March of next year. Oh, and if you didn't watch it, alright, so there is a video I want to put in all of your wheelhouses. I'm not in the habit of like giving you all homework, but I'd really like it if you all... Where is it? I'm trying to find the video. Here we go. I would really like it if you all would give this a watch. Now, it's a Polygon video about the physics in Breath of the Wild. But in actuality, it's a discussion about like how time and game budgets affect development, and the constant like how bad the binge and purge cycle of contractors is in the. Oh, breathage isn't fuckery. Breathage. I don't always agree with breathage's humor, but its technical ability is very, very good. No, Damien, my goal is to become like, you know, like the guy selling the monkey's paw, but it's me giving them Damien Crawford's golfing experience. But yeah, there's this like binge and purge thing going on with contractors, that in a lot of the major studios, contractors can't stay beyond usually about, I think it's 18 months before they have to be offered a full-term job. So these seas of contractors being brought into like EA-run studios and Ubisoft-run studios, kept for a bit, then completely cycled. Which is meaning that, one, we're not training up any seniors, and two, that these games are suffering from massive instability. Well, significant. If you go and play actual golf, you're only helping golf people. But if you play Damien Crawford's Golfing Experience 2020, made by Damien Crawford, then you get to help out a friendo. Yeah, well, so Hookshot, that's the thing, is like, it's a complicated topic because contracting is not inherently bad. For studios like Hookshot Studio and Strange Scaffold and things like that, contracting is more about like stability and focus. So like, if you're making multiple titles, one of them is a 3D action game, one of them is a top-down slow RPG, you can't necessarily transfer people between them. So you can't keep a stable of people all year round. All you can do is try and rehire your friends as you need them. I did a good! Thank you, Get to the Bow. It's a real compliment. It's a real compliment. Terrors. You know what, Crux? That's the real question. Are you the kind of person who's going to be satisfied with merely playing golf? Or are you the breed of individual that needs the depth that you can get from only a golfing experience? But yeah. Like, the reason why I'm frustrated that the microfunding doesn't really exist is because, look, I get it. There are some very naive teams out there, and they're not bad. But sometimes you get a squad of people together and they genuinely think that they can deliver, they can take a title to market with 5 people on 25 grand. They can't. They absolutely can't. They do not know what they're saying. But when you're dealing with experienced people who have a history of delivering and they say 20 grand and I can do this, they mean it, right? And I feel that that's the untapped space. I talked a lot over the weekend about the love of the craft, and there are a lot of people in that space for whom that's part of it. And again, like Damien, I'm not trying to fan your ego, I'm not trying to be a fucking bell end, but I do at least get that. So actually, Hookshot, same with yourself as well, and the titles that you work on. When I play the things that you've created, it feels like you genuinely love the process of creating. And there's a certain, I don't know, self-assuredness with both of your titles. Like, whether I get it or not, whether I like it or not, whether I gel with it, that opus is on me. Like, these titles are unequivocally themselves. And I think that's a level of genuineness that you can't fake, you know? Hookshot was saying that it's hard enough with 150k and 3 people, yeah. And here's the thing, like, 150k is still a little too on the small side for a lot of studios to even have publishers to even have a chat with you, you know? So, I don't know. It's something I keep thinking about, you know? But again, I'm also an idealist. I dream of being able to create this wonderfully messed up stable of indie titles that make people go, "Wait!" Like, that's the noise I want to hear from people when I pitch them games. And the thing is, most people get into publishing for two reasons. One is they think they have the resources and the skills to help. Two, they want to make money. And unfortunately, most of the people in category 1 like burn out and tap out. And Damien, I would absolutely agree with Rami on that one. Damien says that when talking with Rami about their titles, Rami said, if there's one thing that catches me about your games, it's the sincerity. They may not be good, but they sure do commit to the bit. Yes. And here's the thing. Bethesda can't commit to the bit. They can't risk someone not getting it. Like, I promise we're not going to talk about Starfield too much today, but there's already been, like, discussions and, call them discussions, back and forth about the quick travel system in Starfield and, like, how, while you can go to, like, a myriad of different planets, there's only certain places where things are happening. And the game has to go out of its way to highlight when you are somewhere you're supposed to and when you're not. Because, again, if people don't get it, you know, they can't afford that. FromSoft is lucky, but FromSoft is lucky because they have a huge fan base of anything they do, and they have a reputation. Is it hard? Is it difficult? Oh, I like doing a fight. Which carries their audience through from title to title, regardless of sequelization. But I would also bet you 50p in a bag of skips that Sekiro did not sell nearly as well as they expected. Now, Sekiro is an incredible game, but it is unapologetically what it is, and you have nothing else. Like, get good or get dead is what Sekiro says to you. And I don't know if you've all heard, like, with Armored Core 6, the discussion of the first boss has been absolutely in-depth. Whole swaths of the gaming industry being like, no, it's too hard, it's terrible, it's bad. Like, why would you make a game where the tutorial beats the snot out of you? No, I hate it. And any other dev team would have died on that. So get to the boat. I don't think we have any figures. God, I miss Steam Spy when it was good. Steam Spy, come back. But in terms of in terms of engagement, we can at least get a little snippet of that. So currently, Armored Core Fires of Rubicon is holding at 31,000 reviews on Steam, but only after like a month and change. Elden Ring is currently holding at 528,000 reviews after a year. Oh, and Clown Prince. I hadn't even considered that. Using multiple autosaves to understand GitHub and how to do different branches. Whoa, so Damien, I'd agree with you except for a few of the Monster Hunter spin-off titles did really poorly. Moose says they did find another site a while ago that's using a blend of estimations. Ooh, do send me that. No, so get to the boat. The guy that was running Steam Spy got hired by Epic to help build the Epic game store. So he wasn't anti-Valve, he was just working for competition. The other thing is that loads of developers requested their data to be pulled from Steam because it kind of made them a target. The big one was the team behind... Not Kerbal. Fuck. No, it dropped out of my head. But there was a particular development team who was based out of South America, and they were worried because Steam Spy showed how many sales and gave an estimation of revenue that it would highlight them as potential. They would highlight them as targets for kidnapping, and they were very worried about that. I think that team has since moved out of South America, but I did like Steam Spy when it was accurate-ish because it kind of gave us a really good understanding of how things were doing. Yeah, I mean, Damien, much like teams like Football Manager and things like that, Monster Hunter as a whole could do titles year in, year out and maintain a consistency. But let us not forget that Monster Hunter World was the outlier, and that while they had done a Japan-only Monster Hunter MMO for the 360, that didn't do well enough to get like a translation or a re-release. Oh, and Angel Kalina, a good afternoon to you. Oh. God, do you know what's weird? Like, this conversation makes me really want to try out Starfield. Maybe I'll get that old Game Pass flexing. Okay. You know what? This has been a solid 4 hours of goodness. Clone Prince, I did play Atomic Heart, and I was very impressed with its visuals and its visuals and its artistic direction. But I felt like, God, that game needed a much better producer to go through it and start smacking people with a spoon. I wasn't going to say anything, but feck you all in the memosphere. You're all terrors. The calm before the storm. Making my forehead look like an unexplored Fallout map. Oh, okay, so Clone Prince. There was quite a lot of things about Atomic Heart which I would have considered bloat. And I think that with a better production team, they could have killed their darlings a bit better. Like, there was also quite a lot of copying the narrative beats of BioShock without understanding their impact. I'd love to see what that team does next. So, like, I didn't hate it, but it's also very rare for me to hate a game. But yes, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, dear friends. Yes, I don't. I was about to say something really fucking stupid then, and I stopped. So I'm going to treat myself to more bubbly water after this. As I said, Naru, I'm the moss-covered shaman at the end of the garden of video games. Significant figure, you can absolutely see the squad again. Which I guess now technically, as Wolfcrad specifically put in cash for the little cuties, for the little babies. I didn't. Hey!
Humble store purchase made for $59.99.
I don't know if you all saw it then, friends, but I froze for a second when I heard that. Whoever that was, thank you kindly, alright? On top of everything that's happened today, you know? Burden Flow, thank you. Okay, so, thank you for listening to my pack stories, and I guess watching me cry. The Clone Prince, what I was going to say is at least there can't be a triple glassing. Which, like, I'll be able to wrap our adventures. And I think Camille's at the kilt thing now, so. What?
Doing Willa damage with the generosity this stream. Well done.
Yes. Shit, what was the term we came up with Camille? It was like Yarlatus Glacitus. I'm sorry, and Crux, thank you so much for the 200 light. I know it's wild on days like today where there's just Shadow of the Jarlossus. Thank you, Numbers and Dustin. Shadow of the Jarlossus. But this has been a lovely day. And I don't just mean that because I've got my feelings beaten in with a cricket bat. I mean, like, thank you all for sticking with me after I disappeared into, like, a black hole for 4 days. I did not expect PAX was going to consume me in the manner it did. Let me bring this back up so you can see a little bit more of my face. But it was a great PAX and I had a great time. Again, if you want to see the panel that I was on, Lizzie posted it in Discord in the Videodrome. And I think it's genuinely funny, so hopefully you'll get a laugh and a chuckle out of it. But, without further ado... No, hang on. No, I need to say a real thank you before we start doing, like, whimsy and credits. So, friends, fellow developers, Vikings, miscreants, peddlers of nonsense and crafters of word-based punnage, all of you, thank you. Alright? I am fucking proud to be the person in a chair that you all have chosen your meaty mech pilot of choice. And I did mean what I said. Whatever the fuck it is I have done to bring you all together and have you keep my ass alive, I'm gonna keep trying to do that as much as I can. Alright? It is an absolute honor to be able to go to places and say, like, no, I stream full time. I do it for a living. That's what I do. And it's incredibly powerful to be able to turn around and say, no, like, if you need help, if you need advice in your indie game, if you need, like, just some guidance or a sounding board, just hit me up. I'm not charging. Like, you know, if you need me for special things, we can talk. Currently, my dance card is full, so outside of special circumstances, like, sadly, I'm all booked up. But, like, on stream, I can still work. Boo, you know what I mean. I'm not seeking to be, you know, a stupid... You know what I mean. I have the desire and the want to help people. And because I get enough money to eat and pay rent and live from you lot, that means I can do that. You know? And as I tell them, like, if you have budget, thank you. If not, don't worry about it. You know? I know I'm not the only person that does, like, free help. But, you know, Rami's just one guy. And I'm here 5 days a week. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off track. Look at all of these. Fucking look at this. Right? Like, feckin' yo. And if you didn't see it from Camille, like, this was what Camille got me. It's a full-on long-ship leather jacket. I look at all of these and I'm incredibly lucky to have you all. And I'm so grateful. Alright? So yeah, I wanted to say that thank you before. Because I'm about to say a lot of thank yous in the credits, because there is high-speed whimsy afoot. Alright? So I just needed to say that. So, without further ado, I would like to thank all of the following people. Again, everything that you lot chip in, that goes to looking after the animals, paying rent, keeping us fed, and some fucking legends. So first up, be it long-running 59-month sprees or hunted by House Carl, I'd like to thank Vanderbeest, The Legend of Moraid, J-Post, C222, Lance Icarus, Kakazi, Edelman, Mr. Squarepeg, Silvos, Nexus Dark Shade, Ferric Phoenix. Oh yeah, that was the top combo. Fiona, no less. Oh hell yeah! The Order of Talon, Adam Vencera, Edward Tion, AR, Meow Kitty Sakura. Don't know why I said it like that. Pun Spectre, Caffeine, Bright Karma, Karma Camille. Hey! Not the last time you hear that. Dust in Your Eyes, Varbles, Navalis, and Crux. The Holy Bus Crusader. which I always want to say Holy Biscuit Raider. Skravavalstum, Low Orbit Ion Cannon, unrelated to Camille's glassage. Bonkusan, V Squid, Crowbeak, the Prolo, Deadwood Bread, and Restless Roots. To Karmic Camille, Wolfcrad, Lance, and Favor 6. You'll put in so much in donations, which we can use like fucking immediately. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry. Before I get back on the fields. So Air Dragon, J-Post, Holy Bus Crusader, Crowbeak, Crux, Asari Green Fire, Ikira Zero, Vanderbeast, Philosan and Keltra, Jamami and Bacon Avenger, Favor 6 and Caffeine, Naru Hoodie, and PVS. Like, all of you, thank you. Like, I know Camille, did drop the fattest of stacks, but it's the bits week in, week out, those little nuggets of numptiness that keep this thing afloat so much. Thank you. Your moderator's day was Caffeine, Lizard Power, and Rhymes with Moose, and Restless Roots brought us in a raid, no less. No, jumping back, like, that's one of the big things that keeps the Longship going, is just those little bits. J-Post, you cheeky terror. Cheeky terror. Ooh! Okay, did you all see that chip shot on the blue bit there? You managed to shoot it straight up. Feckin' yo. Another scratch at Shadow of the Jarl Losses. That one's fun to say.
It's not a cult, it's an overly enthusiastic support group. It's totes a cult.
Wasn't that the line from Loading Ready Run? But what I will say is just thank you. Okay? Thank you. So, you do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. So, let's see who I can pass you on to. Oh, that's not fair. There's too many good people. Like, DJ's kicking it, which is awesome. And Mardy Cow is having a play on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But The Famous is back. And The Famous hasn't been streaming in so long. Alright, let's check everybody's status. I think we need to go to The Famous. Too many streams, too little time. God, it was so good to actually catch up with Mardy Cow proper. Yeah, you know what? Let's go bring the thunder on The Famous, alright? For those who don't know, The Famous has been a long-time supporter of the Longship. And unfortunately became legend by being the very first person murdered in our grand campaign. That was a time. That was a time. I still feel guilty about that. So, yeah, we did a campaign of, Boo says, are we running a dead person? That's a bit macabre. When we did our XCOM 2 campaign, unfortunately, for some reason, all of the enemies just ganged up and shot poor The Famous right away. And The Famous has been feckin' lovely. I have, like, 2 of their shirts, which are feckin' cool. And I got to see them, but only for a brief second at PAX. So yeah. So please, let's go hang out with The Famous. Stay in chat for a while. Get to know him. Like, and Caffeine, if that's what you'll want to start yelling, bring the thunder. Fearless. Famous knows what's up. Oh god, I'm back to getting The Famous and the Fearless mixed up. Everyone is Fearless. Everyone is Fearless, son. Holy shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get a bevy in tonight. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, caffeine, like, now I can breathe. Now, there's no threat of anything else. I might have a spot of gin. Been trying to cut back, but, I don't know. I don't want to. What? No, I'm offline. I'm offline. I'm beyond Camille's reach. J-Post, no! I will be safe. But this has been a lovely evening. Thank you all so much. Let's go hang out with the famous. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, friends. I'll see you tomorrow.